everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and boy, am I excited to be here today for session number 43 of the Isles of Iverion. We have got quite the session ahead of us today. We have some fun things with a girls' morning out. We have some high school, college rivalries coming up, and who knows, maybe a little something else as well. But let's go ahead and roll the intro so we can get right in. Alrighty, and we are back. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summaries of previous sessions. I have the players do that. So let's go ahead and dive right in. I believe this week, Kayla, you are taking charge of the summary.
Gotcha, fam.
So whenever you're ready, go ahead and take it away.
So, Session 42, The Dark One's Link. The party, following a tip from an injured guard, ran to investigate an alleged attack on a nearby fort. Upon arriving, the group had formulated a very nice plan to take out these bandits that we were told were murderers. Unfortunately, the whole situation was definitely a trick, and the true enemy appeared. Two Banshin, calling Nalfian brother, attacked. It was a very intense encounter, but the party managed to fight them off. Nalfian briefly explained that these creatures' fighting style was very similar to his own and most likely connected to his mother and therefore connected to the Dark One directly. So with that information and kind of licking their wounds, the party heads back to the tavern, the Crooked Hat, with the intention to interrogate that guard who tipped them off. But Lila was able to kind of talk everyone out of it and talk Nalfian down. Instead, the party decides to go to bed. In the morning, they decided that the threat of the Dark Friends is becoming more and more imminent, and so they decided to create fake names and disguises and an alternative reason for traveling to Hearthcrest. They, with their new wonderful, wonderful names, decided they left the Crooked Hat, and upon their travel, they came across a tarot reader named Mina. They assisted in fixing her wagon, and she offered to do tarot readings for the party. Lila now is more chaotic, and there is, every time she rolls a d20, it's a d100 instead, I believe. Yuri is more radiant and immune to fire damage, and Twig can now take the help action as a bonus action. Mina also warned us that there is some strange things happening in Wheat Hill currently, and that the party somehow is very important to the Weave, as Mina is someone who follows just kind of the will of the Weave. The party then continue their travels and arrive in the next stop before Wheat Hill, Riverbend. It is known for having a remote study location for the College of Hearthcrest, meaning that potential peers of Lila could be somewhere in town. Now the party revises their fake names and relationships just in case they come across any of these people. The party then took rest at the Great Oak Inn, kind of talking amongst themselves, planning their girls' morning out, and having a little bit of family bonding time. During this, Eurydice also got some information on Wheat Hill, asking about the success of a certain business, and she did find out there is the presence of White Cloaks in Wheat Hill. The session came to an end when Colette, an old friend of Lila, approached with a hell of a lot of sass.
Exactly.
Ta-da.
That was exactly what happened. So with that, we will go ahead and fade to black back into that moment. Our group of adventurers sitting around the table, minding their own business, joking around and laughing with one another about the events of what has happened and their plans for the next morning, having a girls' morning out, a moment for everybody in the party to bond together and grow as one. And in that moment, right before all of them decide that, well, maybe it's about time to head to sleep, it's maybe 8, 9 o'clock, it's been a bit of a rough day, there is a shout that descends from the crowd, targeted at your table. A shrill voice the voice of a woman who thinks she knows it all and is so much better than everybody else in the room. A voice, Tarkirian in dialect. Lila, one that you know all too well from your years at school. That of Colette Valerian. As her shrill voice cascades over the crowd, she says, Lila Tatiana, is that you? And she looks down at the table, maybe 15 feet away from where you are.
Lila will kind of just, her eyes will widen a little bit and then look at everyone at the table. Her green hair is going to stay, but her red skin will kind of start to turn that, like, citrusy color. It'll start to shine through. And she'll whip her head around and be like, oh, Colette, what did I do to deserve such a terrible, terrible visit from you?
Damn.
Well, I don't think you deserve anything. Honestly, if I recall correctly, Lila, Miss Tatiana, I believe you should be elsewhere currently, isn't that right? Your wonderful parents, didn't they pay your way to do some very expensive study far away from here? Or did you get too scared of seeing the big bad world after your sheltered growing up, and now you're back where you belong, too afraid to show your face to Daddy? Is that what it is?
Little do you know, and she's gonna like push her chair out and then stand up and get right in her face. If you know how to do your job well, you don't need that long when you're actually out in the field. I got plenty of information, and I'm actually on my way back to my father right now to report everything. So, thanks for your input, but it wasn't very needed.
You know, for looking like a winter mystery, you're not very jolly this morning.
You know, that's a lot of energy to be coming at a table full of strangers with, don't you think?
Strangers who get along with her, I already know all I need to know about you. And who gave you permission to interrupt the conversation? I don't think anyone did.
I'm just gonna laugh at her. Wow.
Zip it.
You're funny.
So, is that really it? Like, immediately, like, dagger at you, back to Lila. So, you already have everything you need and you're ready to go back? Is that really it? What about,
I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
Professor Finch? Where is he at?
Again, that's on a need-to-know basis, and
Oh.
looks like you don't.
Need to know basis, so you're having a professor do all your work, huh? What, did you give him your sweet eyes like you did with Professor Elon Ray too?
Stop stepping into things that you don't need to know about. That's it. That's all I have to say to you right now, okay?
Okay. You know what? I was actually headed back to the college myself.
Wonderful. Who will you be traveling with and which cart? I'd love to pay them a visit.
Unlike you, I don't need bodyguards wherever I go. I'm capable of protecting myself.
Have a great day, Colette. Would you like me to buy you a drink or anything? Let me go get you something. And she's gonna walk away to the bar.
And Colette will just look down at the table and just go, and she'll turn away and walk away.
She's gonna trip as she walks away.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, here, go ahead
I'm
and...
putting so much force behind that yank on her foot. If she's
Oh, just using telekinesis? Okay.
Yeah.
I imagine Nalfi is looking to Eurydice like, you know what the fucking do. Just
Okay.
do it.
Go ahead and make a, just go ahead and make a charisma check. So just a d20 plus your charisma modifier.
Okay.
15.
15? Okay, yeah, that's more than enough, especially unsuspecting, right? She's feeling confident, made Lila walk away. She has a smirk on her face, just like humphed at all of you like a bitch. And she turns around, the telekinetic force just grabs at her ankle and just like pulls her ankle back, and like you can see her leg bend backwards as immediately her forehead and nose come slamming down onto the wooden floor as she as she comes up, and there is just blood just coming out of her nose, pouring all over her face. This like white tunic she has, it's starting to get like splattered with like the blood running out of her nose. She just starts wailing like and
Nice.
runs out of the tavern.
Yuri just looks at Till. Too much?
Nah, I think she had that coming. Now he just drinks.
So, Lila, you would be able to see that because it drew so much attention
Much
as well. Like, everybody stopped and looked at this grown-ass woman just begin to weep like a baby because of a bloody nose.
Yeah, Lila
Would
will.
Lila by
see that
now
and
be able to
laugh.
recognize that it was fucking Eurydice.
She'll probably just bring
Because
it
of
up
the
when she gets
tongue.
back to the table.
Okay.
But when she goes to the bar, to the bartender, she's going to lay down like at least 5 gold pieces and tell them, when that Colette girl comes back, or if she ever does, please give her a big glass of wine, but spit the biggest loogie you can into it. That's all I need.
So the older woman, Mira, who you had met when you first came in, the one who was really fast and really quick, she kind of sees you put the gold down, and she slows down for a moment as she's cleaning a cup. And she slides 4 of the gold back to you and says, honey, if I'm being honest, I'd do that for free. Hate that bitch. And she goes back to her duty. She does take the 1 gold coin, though, to keep in mind.
She'll put the other 4 back and just kind of feel like, okay, people are on my side, and then she'll come back to the table. She's probably like the red skin will come back, but right now that citrusy color, her normal like summer look, she looks very like just full on. The aggressive look is on right now, and then so she'll sit down, and be like, "Thank God she tripped, because I was that girl."
Yeah, no, I totally was very, very happy that she tripped. That definitely was an accident.
You didn't. Oh my God.
I didn't mean her to slam her face, to be fair.
No,
meant to
it
just-
was perfect. It was perfect. You did it excellent.
Thank you.
What's her problem, after all? I mean, that was very aggressive to come just talk to you that way. Do you guys have problems, or...?
Colette and I have been in school since we started school together. And we were always the 2 at the top of our class, but we were always in competition with each other. Often I would get the highest grade. There was occasional times where she would get a better grade or something, or beat me in like a duel in class. We've always been at each other's throats. So I started my dissertation, and she hasn't yet. And I can tell she's very, very upset about it.
See.
So,
Well, I'm sure we won't hear the last of her until we leave this place. Seems like a kind of person to not let things die.
no. We might even run into her at Hearthcrest since she's on her way back there. So she's gonna stick around with us probably for a while. But I'm used to it, you know. There's just some days I have off days, some days she has off days. It's just this perpetual thing.
Can we see if she was sitting with a group of people, or like where she came from?
No, honestly, it looked like she was just sitting by herself.
Oh, okay. That's
No
probably
friends.
for the best. Yes, it looks her.
Brutal.
But she hasn't come back in, right?
No, she just ran out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
But
So,
that's our story, so. And maybe like the citrusy color of her skin will start to calm down a little bit since she's gone away and everything, and the red will start to come back, and there'll be that Christmas color again.
yeah. Okay. So, as all of you are sitting around as the conversation sort of comes to a close, sitting in the Great Oak Inn, sipping away at your final few bits of drink, eating your final few bits of dinner, just idly having these conversations, you can hear the door to the tavern open. As at this point, it's maybe like 9, 10 o'clock at night, right about twig bedtime. But you can hear the door open, and there is an immediate sort of look from everybody in the tavern to this person, as because the Riverlands are so far traveled, so many people from around the world come through here. You could really look like or wear anything, and nobody would really give you a stare too much. But the person that enters, their complexion and clothing are that of maybe from Thoral or Northern Cartasia, a little bit more tanned, olive, very golden undertones, and this like golden, like side-parted bob. Wearing deep blacks and golds all around their clothing. That isn't nearly what draws your attention, more so than 2 glossy white eyes and some small scaled creature resting upon her shoulders. And it takes a moment for your vision to sort of focus in on it, but you can see 2 leathery wings. You can see 4 legs and a long serpentine tail resting on this woman's shoulders is definitely a dragon. You can see her move up towards the bar top, and you can see the barkeep just looking at her and says, hello, be more than happy to assist you. Are you staying for long? Any food or drink? And the woman pulls out what looks to be several coins, sets them down on the counter. Not necessarily looking directly at her, just more so in that general direction. And says, yes, I would like a room for a night. And some fresh bread, if you may have it. And, of course, potentially some raw meat. My friend here. And she kind of scratches the chin of the creature. He could definitely do with some food. If you'd be accommodating to some raw meat, perhaps. He has the ability to cook it himself. She kind of scratches the head of the dragon. The dragon kind of nuzzles its head into her hand. And the woman sort of nods. Make sure to bring the food right out to you, love. I didn't catch a name. Oh, Lady Meissa is what you may call me. She gestures her hand out to shake it, and the barkeep does, and says, well, just find a place to sit, love, and lady, and I'll bring it out to you as soon as it's ready. And she nods, and the woman runs back into the kitchen. You can see the woman sort of look out and about, the dragon's head also scanning scanning the room as well. And this right here is Lady Meissa.
Oh, she cute though. Okay, maybe she's not evil. I don't know. Fuck. She doesn't have a white cloak on, does she?
Right.
She does not have a white cloak on, that is for sure. She does have this sort of like shawl of gold that kind of comes off of her shoulders that gives the like passing image or glance of like wings almost, kind of like draping off of her shoulders. And looking around the room, you can see most people kind of spacing themselves out in their booths. trying to sort of create as much room to make their tables look full. And it seems like the only empty seat in the tavern right now is at your table. So this woman approaches, and you can see her sort of looking just sort of down at the table, not necessarily at any one of you. The dragon is more so the one looking at all of you. And she says, "Sadly, it seems as though most of the tables are taken. Would you mind if I sit and wait here until my food is ready?"
Lila will look around at everyone else first and be like, I don't mind.
Be our
I
guest.
don't mind either.
Does your dragon have a name?
Yes, they do, but they like to know someone before they decide to give that away for free.
Well, have a seat. Nalfin will pull out a chair for her to sit.
Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. And she'll sit down in the chair and begin to just look around at all of you. Well,
So, sorry, Joe.
it's okay. She was just going to say, well, thank you very much. I do very greatly appreciate your kindness.
No big deal. What brings you around here into this tavern? You just stopping in?
Well, I find myself in a unique circumstance where wandering is just part of what I do now. Sadly, if I'm being entirely honest, I can't say much, especially with so many ears. But I wander from place to place, looking for things of value. I think that's as much as I can say.
Are you in the business of trade then, or personal collection?
Personal collection, I guess, would be most correct.
And, Albert is my name. I didn't catch yours. And Nalfin will extend his hand.
And you see she reaches up for it, a little slowly, as you can see the dragon sort of looking down at your hand. Eventually, she reaches up to yours. The very delicate handshake, and she says, "My name is Lady Meissa. It's a pleasure to meet you."
Pleasure. Pleasure indeed. Lady, you said? Do you have a house that you represent, or a house you call home?
Yes, well, initially I was born and raised in Thurol, but for most of my life I've spent it in Bromsgrove. I have a home there, and I have a group of people I consider family. That helped me.
I understand. It's hard nowadays on the road knowing what to say and what not to say. You're right. There are eyes and ears everywhere.
Well, it's nice to know somebody who respects that. Most people I offer to share a table with, they don't. So many questions.
Yeah, he'll just kind of give her a small smile. Clearly he's also being guarded.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Does she look like she has any weapons on her at all?
No, the only thing of note is you can see, now that she's sitting down next to you, that chain that is affixed to her waist, you can see these, maybe 10 to 20 different, intricate runes carved into each one of those chains. Obviously, it's not used for cinching. She has a belt attached, like a belt on to do that, to cinch the dress. So this chain is purely decorative. And then that bracer that she has on that has that 8-pointed star. You can see the only difference, and now that you're sort of looking at her up close, the only difference is in the center of those 8 points, very center of that star, you can see what looks to be a small ruby that is carved, shaped into 8 points.
Do we recognize that symbol?
The symbol? No, not particularly. No, I wouldn't say the 8-pointed star. 8-pointed stars can have a lot of different implications.
Yeah, Nalfin was thinking about like organizations that he would know that kind of goes under that.
Ooh,
but
organizations. I can safely say no, Nalfian wouldn't know, and I don't think anybody
Yeah.
sitting at the table would. Except for maybe Blossom. We'll go ahead and have her roll a history check. No, it's a 9. Even with her modifiers, I don't think that's nearly enough. Yeah. So sadly, no recognition of the pauldron, or the symbol on it. But it is an 8-pointed star with a ruby at the very center of that star. So, forgive me for prying if I am. Please tell me if I'm overstepping. But what brings all of you to Riverbend and the Riverlands? I don't mean any offense, but some of you, specifically looking to you and you, Nalfian, and Blossom, don't exactly look like you belong here. And I mean no offense. Just not very common to see people like you here.
Yeah, well, I was escorting these lovely ladies back to the college. Thought it would be a good way to make some money doing traveling of my own.
Very brave of you. So are you a knight then? Or just a mercenary looking to make a few coin?
I'd like to consider myself a knight. But we'll see what happens. And he'll like give her a little cheeky smile.
Mm-hmm. You can see a small one come up on her face as well. Looks towards Blossom, and Blossom just kind of smiles and just sort of throws her hands up. Says, well, you know, I'm a bard, always looking for a story, and how often do you see a group of people as unique as them walking around and be like, you know what, no, there's probably nothing interesting going to happen with those people. So, in the best interest of a good story, I decided to follow along. Yes. Good story indeed. Sure, in your journeys you've had many of those. But stories should be told amongst friends, or to a bard or a gleeman. Wanderers have no need for stories. At least I have no need for stories. Much more interested in what's happening right here and right now. You, and she looks to you, Eurydice. You must forgive me for being so direct. But your amulet, it is quite a beautiful piece.
Thanks. It's it's really pretty. Can I insight check her?
How do you mean?
Like, does she know what it is and she's like recognized it, or does she just like think it's interesting?
Okay, is there an ulterior motive to her comment? Yeah, go ahead and make an insight
Yeah.
check. Yeah.
Well, that's a 5.
No.
Yeah, seems like just a compliment. A nice lady. A little weird,
Mm-hmm.
but a nice lady.
We've got little ferret Lucky, and I'm just gonna like try and keep him like inside a cloak or something for now. Because that's she's gonna just kind of nod and go, oh yes, it's really, it matches actually kind of a little bit the ruby on your bracer, like your gauntlet.
So
That's
you sh-
pretty.
yes. I'm just
Um,
curious. Sometimes within rubies like these, there are things bound to them. You see, and she kind of scratches the dragon's chin. That is how I found him.
Oh, well, she kind of pauses for a second, and then relaxes a little bit, and she's gonna kind of pull Lucky out of her cloak. Well, this is Lucky, and he is my friend, and he is bound to this as well. You were in there for quite a long time, weren't you? But then you don't really he doesn't like being in there, so I tried to keep him out as much as possible.
Very interesting.
What is her reaction like, Joe? Like, now I've been paying very close attention to how she reacts to Lucky being pulled out.
Make an insight check, because she doesn't react too much, but you might catch a little.
Oh, well, I rolled a natural 20, so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Way to start it off,
So
baby.
there is a sort of a genuine smile on her face, where it is like a, okay, that's interesting.
She doesn't look aggressive. She just looks like, oh, okay, interesting.
She does have a lot of confident energy. You can tell that this is a woman who doesn't mince words or anything like that. But she is, in this moment, being very delicate and wants to kind of beat around the bush a little bit. But you can see that reaction. You can see that was a very genuine reaction where you haven't been able to sort of place anything, that sort of smile.
Okay. He's gonna keep his mouth shut and just kind of look to Eurydice and just watch what she says.
Eurydice will point to the dragon. She'll say, "So where did you meet him?"
Real quick, I would like to, while this conversation keeps going, use channel divinity to read her thoughts. So it's a wisdom saving throw. I don't think she can notice.
Even if you fail? Or even if she fails? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't say that. It just says on a failure or on a success, I just can't use the feature until another long rest. On a failure, I can read surface thoughts for a minute.
It's the same as detect thoughts. It's normally only like noticeable by the person it's being cast on if you try and probe deeper, but if that's not part of the feature, then I imagine it is just they can't detect it.
Okay. Yeah, the creature must make a wisdom save. Okay. All right. Wisdom saving throw, DC 16, 15? 15, okay. Let's use this dice. Okay. All right, that was just a failure.
Yes.
All right. So, what is that? Surface thoughts?
Yeah. So basically, I think, like, when you think and you have, like, what your mind says and then what you say and it's, like, different, I would catch whatever her mind says kind of thing, but not, like, her deeper inner, like, complexities about, like, what that sentence meant.
Yeah, not, like, every piece of information tied to it, just, like, what is making its way to the surface. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, here, let me pull you into secrets.
Oh, cool. Secret.
Hello, secrets. Okay, so what you are getting throughout the rest of the conversation that happens is this sort of need to collect the truth of the situation and to know if Eurydice really is a thing or if she's not.
Like of Palor, or would I know if it was of Palor or of Asmodeus?
If she really is this thing, the Dawnbreaker.
Lightbearer?
Like if she
Dawnbreaker,
is
yeah.
the Dawnbreaker. That's sort of the thing she's looking for. She's looking to see if Eurydice actually is that thing. In terms of why, that's probably not surface level. So she wants to know if Eurydice is really the Dawnbreaker, and there is a name that comes up as you are going through it. Just trying to make sure that would be okay. There is a name that comes up very briefly where it's just, this person wants me to get to the bottom of this. And that person is Hrothgar.
Oh my god, Joe.
I know.
Oh my god.
I know, yeah.
Do I know anything about the name Hrothgar?
Make a history check for me real quick.
Okay. Because that'll help. That will help her know that she's not a bad guy necessarily. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
History.
Since you are pretty well studied, this isn't too hard of a check, but
14?
14. Okay, that's good enough. You don't exactly know what Hrothgar Almir has been up to. That's the name you would know, Hrothgar Almir. You do know that Hrothgar Almir, some time ago, was the light bearer for the Children of the Flame. They were the leader of this faction, which is also the same faction that are commonly referred to in Iverion as White Cloaks, that have a more negative information. But you do know that Hrothgar is rather famous because he went to Bromsgrove, and he was one of 3 light bearers that has ever been able to scale the tower, the wonder of the world, Nabir Tarman, and retrieve a part of the first flame. So, like, whatever cosmic force is behind the light in the world, it deemed him worthy enough, along with the current light bearer and the first light bearer, with that thing, to possess that flame.
Okay.
So
Okay,
at
cool.
one point in time, he was worthy of like a cosmic boon, whereas
Wow.
many hundreds of thousands of other people have not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what you're getting, okay?
Okay, cool. That's a lot. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Pretty good.
No,
All right, here we
so
go.
happy.
Here we go.
What happened?
Okay.
Y'all been that way a while.
Yeah. Surface thoughts, man. It's 'cause, all right. So, let's see, where were we? You just showed her Lucky, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she looks and she sort of smiles, that sort of genuine reaction, like I said earlier, and scratches the head of the dragon on her shoulder.
You are so quiet, Joe.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, and like cutting out.
Okay.
Now you're better. Continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
So he's fine for me.
Let
That was
me
weird. Continue. No, it's fine. Don't mess up your thing.
check
Just keep
something.
going.
Okay, I was just making sure that nothing was getting wrong. Okay. All right. So, with that, you do get a, like I said, you get that genuine reaction, that genuine smile. And she continues to speak and says, well, you must understand how rare that is, right? To have something like that.
Not. I don't really know so much about it. so I'm not sure about how rare it is. Is it very specific?
And you see these creatures, like my right here and yours in your hands. In the old tongue, there is a name for them. Baijan, that's what they're called, meaning tied to the first flame. These are creatures with an ounce of pure cosmic divinity put into them. These aren't just primordial creatures of flame and fire. These are something very special.
Oh. I didn't realize how rare that was. So you are also in a way tied to the first flame.
You could say that, yes. Very much so.
Have we earned your dragon's name yet, then, or is that still something they would prefer to keep private?
Her head kind of turns to the dragon, and the dragon looks to the group of you and speaks, same as Lucky does. I am Kaida. Very rarely does he ever speak in front of others. You all must be very special.
A very nice name. It's nice to meet you too. She addresses that to the dragon.
And the dragon its head sort of moves back and forth towards you and nods.
So, you and Kaida here just go around searching for these personal collectible items in the name of the first flame? I'm just trying to understand the connections here, if you don't mind me asking.
I haven't decided if I mind yet, but what I can tell you is I'm not interested in things. Items are useful. They can serve as conduits. Like you, I'm sure, judging from the look of your blades and the way you carry yourself. You're a very talented warrior. But what makes you extremely deadly on the battlefield? It's your weapons, right? Without them, I'm sure you could still do something, but you're not nearly as effective. The items enhance your abilities, so you may do better, be better. There are certain people that are innate in their skills, in their abilities. And well, that is what I search for. Those who are innately skilled. Those who, if given a blade, or a wand, or a spellbook, or a bow, that they could truly do something great.
Oh, so you're recruiting them.
Recruiting. In a way, I suppose. With a recruiter, though, there's typically a promise of payment, of wealth, of gold. The tales of glory to be sung in your name. I don't offer that, though. Typically, all I offer is a way to make a true difference. A way to really make your life count. Some people, that's not enough. And for those who it's not enough, they were not meant to fight anyway.
What do you need these people for, then?
Oh, many things. You would not believe how much fighting and war there is in the world. How much darkness and shadow wishes to creep and crawl to every corner of where we live. So many people are needed to keep that war at bay. To fight back against that constantly creeping shadow.
Can I insight check her?
Yeah, make an insight check. And at this point, you can see the barmaid does come over, sets down a fresh loaf of bread and a small platter of raw meat, all from
That's
different
12.
animals. 12. Okay.
There you go. Modifier there.
Lady Meissa looks up to the woman and smiles. Thank you very much. Kaida, you made. Kind of crawls down off of her arm. And Nalfian, in this interaction, you are just not sure. She is an enigma, that is for sure. She's very confident, but it is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube whenever you try and delve too deeply into what she's saying. Because on the surface, it seems really obvious, but you're just not sure if there's something more there. So, may I ask again, Sir, what was it, Albert?
Yes, Albert.
Sir Albert. And to the rest of you, I don't believe I got your names, aside from Sir Albert here.
Well, hi. Yeah, my name's Lila, Tatiana.
Ah. Tatiana, you say?
Mm-hmm.
As in headmaster of one of the colleges of Hearthcrest?
Yep, that's my dad.
And also leading exports of goods and services in the town of Hearthcrest itself.
Yep, that's them, Mom and Dad.
Large name to live up to.
It has been. But, you know, my life's good. Can't sit here and complain. So, I also was wondering how long you'll be around here. Just stopping through today, or are you sticking around for another day or so?
Oh, no, not very long. Just wanting to rest my legs a little before I head on down the road. Your star, the 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a stargazer and astronomer?
Yes, actually. I've been studying them for a long time now, and it's kind of part of my dedication to my God.
Oh,
So
it's very interesting.
what about your star? I'm curious about it as well. I know it kind of, is it just decorative to hold the ruby for him, or does it have meaning behind it?
No, it does. I found it many, 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 many years ago. I was doing some exploration in Iverion, actually. I had heard a rumor of a long-gone culture, and I decided to investigate. I found a group of warrior women. Their might unparalleled to anything else I'd ever seen. one of them sadly fell in combat. Women wearing all gold, but they had been sadly corrupted, twisted, darkened somehow. One of the things that I found in this ancient culture was a dedication to the stars, maps, and guidance to a degree. Ever since then, it's given me a small bit of purpose, interest in the pursuing of something so much greater than myself.
Yeah, I get that. I was doing a little bit of studying on them as well. I would love if we can even just talk one on one. I don't want to take up everyone else's time, but just to kind of discuss what we both found and see if we can connect more pieces together, if you have the time.
I suppose that could be doable. In fact, I believe I have the tomes with me. I tend to travel with a good amount of reading material just in case I get a little bored on the road.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Of course, I appreciate the honesty in your name and in your purpose.
Well, I appreciate yours as well.
And what about a young girl such as yourself?
I'm just, well, traveling with my mother.
Just giving an awkward look to you and see.
Oh. You have a child.
Yeah. I have the disguise on right now, don't I? Right?
Yeah, you did. You did.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah. I took an interest in studying plants and herbs and that kind of thing. I decided to go with Lila to just study some more in some new places, and my daughter, well, she's very interested too, so I thought I'd bring her along.
Very kind of you.
Lila's actually gonna stand up real quick and be like, real quick, before I look at those tomes, I do have to run to the bathroom. Violet, would you just come with me real quick? Girl stuff. And she'll take her hand and start to take her to the bathroom.
Looks at them like, the fuck did I miss?
Yuri is gonna run the moment they're out of earshot. She's gonna go, what?
Well, once they get, so Joe, would this place have a single private bathroom, or would it be like American style stalls?
No, and also you've been given your keys already, so you could definitely, if you wanted to just go back into your rooms just real quick, they're not super far away from the common room.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that then. We'll go to the room, and Lila will shut the door behind them. So real quick, how much have you told Lila anything about being like the Dawnbreaker, or what all have you told of her, the connection with Lucky and everything?
It's come up before, right?
I think probably
back when you guys were at Valith.
Yeah, it came up a bit. I think some of the Pelor stuff.
Yeah,
a tiny bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So Lila is gonna turn around and say, "This woman is trying to figure out if you're a Dawnbreaker or the Dawnbreaker."
Oh, right. Okay.
And I I think she could be helpful to you. I don't know. She's tied to the Children of the Flame too. She knows this like Rothgar person. He was one of the head people. I know a little bit about it just from like my studies, but it seems like she was sent to find you, find the next Dawnbreaker. And if you are, it might be beneficial if you guys are more transparent with her and like we can actually like sit down and have like a private conversation. She might have information for you.
Yeah, I was thinking might be the case. I was just worried because I've heard mixed things about Children of the Flame, so I was just not sure. And this whole Dawnbreaker thing is it's kind of happened, and it's been a lot of very small and then big dumps of this stories from older people, and you're probably right. But Lucky, I mean, yes, okay. Lucky called me Dawnbreaker one time, and I didn't know what it meant. And then I looked into it, and I am that, I think. And this is Dawnbringer, and she like holds up Lucky. He doesn't look like much of a weapon. You're not much of a weapon, are you? You're just kind of fluffy.
Well, I mean, I can be. Honestly, I've been thinking about it more, and I don't know. I mean, as much as I like being these different kind of fluffy animals, I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to maybe try and be something sharp again. Oh, sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, how about you just try being the sword again?
Oh, okay. It's been a while, so it might not be great, but I'll try my best for you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, and you can see kind of like the ferret like standing on its like two legs, just kind of like stretching a little bit. All right.
Cute.
Here we go.
You got it. There you go.
And you see the ferret kind of collapse in together and kind of clatter down onto the floor. And it looks to be it's odd. It is a solid thing. It's not a sword. If anything, it looks more like a steak knife right now than anything else.
He's trying.
But it is finely condensed. It is like rock solid. And it is pure white hot flame. So much so where it's like transparent and the heat is so intense where there are these just sort of like sparks of color sort of intermingling into the blade. It kind of almost looks like an opal at this point, but like a fiery opal with these streaks of red and yellow and green combined with the solid white hot of the flame.
Oh my gosh. I thought he could only turn into animals. That's incredible.
Well, he's never done that before. And she like picks up the knife and just kind of looks at it. Yeah, that's new. You look great though, Lucky. Well done. Yeah. Okay. And Yuri drops the disguise so that she's Eurydice again. Wait, how do you know this?
So I do this thing sometimes. I kind of got it after I started, me and my god got a little bit, my relationship got better with him, and I can sometimes read people's minds.
Oh, right.
I promise I've never done that with you or anyone in the group yet.
Please. Yet?
At all, as of right now.
I mean, I perfectly trust you, and I mean, there's nothing weird going on up there. She like points at her head, but I mean, just if you can avoid reading our minds, that would be awesome.
Yes,
Thank you.
I won't with you guys. I think it's just because I can only do it so often. I want to save it for people that I can't or don't know if I should yet. So, but I just when I was just listening to her in her head, I was thinking, I'm like, if she's not here for a long time and she's trying to find you, if she can be helpful to you, maybe we shouldn't waste any time. I don't want to rush you. It's also completely your choice. I have no idea like if it's like what information she'd even have or what she seemed trustworthy, because I mean the Children of the Flame, even though, from what I understand, some of their tactics are a little off on occasion, they're rooted in good, especially when we're trying to fight something called the Dark One. And Rothgar, actually, he was blessed or bestowed with a piece of the very first flame in Brahmsgrove, and she said she's from Brahmsgrove. So I'm thinking all of these coming together, if we could just get her to be more transparent with at least you, it might not just help you, but all of us too. And especially if we're about to go somewhere where the Children of the Flame are just all over the place.
Yeah. Sometimes I get weird around people's intentions because I had someone who's been a bit weird about their intentions. She
Ew.
kind of like glances at the sky. She goes down.
That's rude. Weirdos.
Yeah. So you know what? You're right. Okay.
I mean, at least we can hear what she has to say, right? And then,
Yeah.
or at least you can. We don't, it doesn't have to be a group thing, but if you'd like us here with you, we could kind of listen all together.
I want my friends to be there, so it might be helpful. I mean, there's lots of answers that I don't have, so yeah.
I can go get everybody and bring them up here.
Would she be willing to follow us into a room?
I guess we'll find out.
No, I'll come with you. We'll go
Are you
together.
sure you wanted to come with your disguise dropped? I didn't know if. Did you see anyone around the tavern that would recognize you?
Nothing rang any alarm bells, and it seems much busier than I thought it was going to be, so it'll probably be fine.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Great.
So as you two are having that conversation, go ahead and cut back to the table, and you can see Twig, Blossom, and Nalfian. You can see the dragon Akaida crawl down off of her arm and begin to sort of like grab bits of meat, set them off to the side, and just exhale flame onto them to cook them, and then sort of rip and tear them apart and eat them. As Lady Meissa, she just sort of looks towards generally your direction. And as the two of them walk away, she'll sort of smile and say, very interesting. It's always funny whenever people need to leave the table so rapidly, but they have time to ask somebody to come with them.
Well, you know, women and, you know, sometimes they're just...
Blossom just kind of laughs and says, yeah, Alfred, tell this woman about women.
It's Albert, but, yeah.
Sorry, I was confusing you with
You'll
our
have
other
to
brother.
It doesn't feel too good, does it? Anyway, Delphian just kind of like says, you know, I'm still getting to know them. They can be a little strange sometimes, but I'm sure they mean no harm.
Yes. Well, in my many years on this plane, I find that the most strange people are typically the ones you want to be around the most.
Oh. Well, looks like you're in good company then.
I do have a brief question for the three of you. The woman who was sitting here next to me, gesturing to where Eurydice would have been sitting, she, where do you think she received that amulet from?
Well, I mean, it looks like she's well traveled herself. Maybe somebody sold it to her and it was pretty eye-catching. Maybe she just stumbled upon it one day and took a liking to it, and once she realized what it could do, didn't want to give it up.
And how long have you known her? Actually,
only-
wait. Before you say, yeah, maybe just entertain the thought for a moment. I don't know all of you very well, but I'm hoping we could maybe play a little game with this one. I'm very interested, and I just want to know that I'm receiving the truth, so if it's all right with you, I'd like the three of you to write it down at the same time. Provided y'all being truthful, then... You said you've been traveling together for... Well, your entire time has been together, so provided that they're within the same month or so, it should be right.
Nalfian's gonna like furrow his brow a little bit. Correct.
I don't really see why this needs to be a game. Oh,
You're right, I suppose it's not a game. I just want to know that the truth is being told. I've been very honest with all of you.
Well, as far as we know, I mean, and I say this with no disrespect. Kind of like you said, you travel on the road, you come across a number of interesting people. There's darkness everywhere. You never know who you can actually trust. Sometimes it takes a little bit of building to get to that point.
Exactly. And this could be the thing that builds that truth.
I've known her for... How long have we been together, Joe? A year now?
I don't think a
Maybe
year.
not that long. Like 8. So
I
I don't
think
know.
6 months, 6
Oh,
to
wow,
7
okay.
months.
6, 7 months. All right.
Mm-hmm.
About 6.5 months. Does that mean I ask her every single question about her personal life? No.
I'm really only interested in one thing. As someone from the outside looking in, this woman, her power, in terms of what she's capable of, would you say that it is more than what you've seen in other similar casters, or about on par?
I don't really like that you're asking so many questions without her being here.
And she's still
Yeah,
looking
why
at you,
don't we-
Nalfian.
Why don't we wait until Eurydice returns and you can ask her yourself?
You see, people have a tendency to be humble. Or
Yeah,
if they are
well-
around, then there's a chance that someone might not be truthful about how they actually feel about it.
Yeah, well, remember that thing we just talked about called trust? I trust my traveling companion to not talk about me when I'm not at the table, so I'm gonna do the same for her. Again, you have to understand, we've been traveling. We haven't come across the greatest of people. You seem like a very lovely woman, and I don't want to earn any distrust on your end, or disrespect you by any means, but you are asking a lot of questions. And I'm pretty sure it was you earlier who said that people who ask a lot of questions sometimes have ulterior motives. Something along those lines. So, based off that, I would like to get to know you a little bit more and to know why you want to know so much about my friend. So when she gets back, maybe we can all go somewhere private and have a deeper conversation.
You're entirely right. My apologies. I am overstepping, and I am pushing too hard. In fact, the more that I think about it now, I think the more I am incorrect in my assumptions. In fact, looks like Kaida has about finished his meal. I finished my bread.
Oh, no. I think you should just...
I think that will wait for them to return, but then I best be on my way. Rest my weary bones.
Right. Nothing's gonna, like, look to Twig. Just kind of, like, see how she's feeling about all this.
I mean, I feel like it's just general uncomf.
Okay.
Just doesn't know
Yeah.
why this person's asking so much about Eurydice, and so...
Yeah.
Seems very pointed. And so, yeah, I think there's also, like, you know, a little bit of glint of fear of saying the wrong thing. Especially when she is, like, basically interrogating them.
Honestly. Okay. Yeah. Nothing's just gonna kind of give her a very forced smile at this point, because she's been a little hypocritical over here.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna wait for them to come back.
Okay. So I would say right towards maybe just a few moments after that, Lila and Eurydice, you do come back. And you can see Lady Meissa sitting there patiently. Kaiden has finished up his meal. The small, what looks to be dragon climbs back up on her shoulders. And she straightens out her shawl. And smiles.
Yeah.
And
Yuri looks really nervous because she comes back looking like Eurydice. And she has
Wow.
Lucky in his form, I guess, sheath for now, so that he's not just blazing. And she's doing, like, the hand claspy thing, like, in front of her, like, hi.
Nothing's gonna stand immediately and just say, I think we need to speak somewhere privately right now.
no. I've seen all I need to. So just...
No, you were right. And she, like, unsheaths the sword a little bit so that she can see it.
And immediately she moves up to you and kind of puts her hand on your hands and puts it back in the sheath. You still... And she says this to only Eurydice, as this is transferred through message, not out loud. You have much to learn. Much to grow. I can feel something encasing you. Something trapping you. But like a pot ready to boil, ready to whistle, I can feel something inside of you ready to burst. This thing you hold in your hands, you must be careful with it. Should it fall into the wrong hands, you see her kind of break away from you and look back up to you. There is a chance that more of the seals that keep us safe could break. There will become a moment, I'm sure, in the future where you will have a chance to break yourself of these bonds, and you must take it. No matter the pain, no matter the strife. When you do, reach out to me. You know my face, you know who I am. Maybe you or someone else is capable of sending. And when you do, I will return. And I will teach you what I know about this thing that you hold in your hands. Until then, you must be very careful with that amulet. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. Why can't you teach me now? No one's been telling me anything about this.
And you can see she just kind of frowns at you.
Because now, you cannot handle it. If I were to teach you the strength of the power within that blade, within yourself would burn you alive. You're locked in a cage. You are chained. And should you stress too much, should you force too much of this power, I can feel it would consume you. But, and this she does say out loud, still quietly. She'll kind of place a hand on your shoulder, Eurydice, and say, I can feel that you are strong. Keep pushing and fighting. And when you are ready, we will find you again. But until then, do not stop fighting. You can see a kind of sadness, a brow furrows as she looks away and reaches her hand down at the table as Kaida crawls back up. And she looks to all of you and says, my deepest apologies, I must be on my way. Sorry for the tension of our conversation while they were away. I never meant to offend.
Right.
May the light guide you. She kind of nods her head, and with that, she's gonna turn and exit out of the tavern.
Yuri that whole time had like this pleading look of please don't leave me to that woman, and when she leaves there's just she looks like really kind of like almost like starstruck or very confused but also very disappointed, and that like anger that sometimes comes up starts to kind of bubble a little bit.
So
What did she say whilst we were gone?
She was asking a lot of questions, wanting to know if you were, on par with other casters, wanting to know where you found Lucky, the amulet. Very pressing. What did she say to you?
We need to go back to our rooms now, and then I'll tell you. Inuris is gonna just turn and walk away to their rooms.
Lila will also look at everyone at the table and kind of shrug and then follow as well.
Yeah.
She's not going to say it yet, but she's really disappointed that the notes or the tomes were not given before she left. It's like, wait a second, hold on.
But I guess they'll follow Eurydice to their room.
Okay. Eurydice will like get in there and just like she looks so stressed. And then when everyone's in, she'll say, she knew. She was looking for Dawnbreakers. She knew. And she told me that she knows about Lucky. She knows what I could be, what I could do. But she can't tell me because apparently it'll burn me alive.
Now Finn blinks. So she's not a threat to you.
I don't think so. She told me that she knows what I'm capable of, pretty much, but that she can't tell me yet because I won't be able to handle it. But that when I can, I should get in touch with her then, and then she can tell me, but I'm just so sick of people giving me these little bits of what I can do and what I can't do, and I just wish she'd stayed and told me now. And she just knew things that she shouldn't know.
I was pretty surprised that she left too, honestly.
Ah.
I mean,
it's so rude.
yeah, she got the information she came for, but we didn't get anything out of the exchange. A little upsetting. But also, maybe she's right. Maybe it's just a waiting game of, you know, if this knowledge would harm you right now, then she made the difficult choice of making you wait.
I mean, if she's to be trusted, Lila's right. If you don't know how to swing a sword correctly, you're gonna cut yourself. And if you kind of like gestures to Lucky, I guess push too hard with this. I mean, we saw what happened when I tried to push with my Echo. And
Yeah.
whatever this is, it's bigger than that.
But what happens when you are ready, though? If she's, I guess, collecting these people, she's not gonna make you go with her, is she?
I really hope not. I don't want to. I just hope she knows how to use whatever power there is. She said, oh god, she said that if someone gets their hands on this knife, or Lucky, I guess, they might be able to break seals. Which isn't good.
Yeah. It's not good at all. And then honestly, she probably has a point then.
It's just cruel to tell someone how much they have to learn and all these things and this knowledge that could consume you and burn you alive and then leave. Like, oh, you'll figure it out. You'll be fine. And then go.
Did she say why she needed to leave, though? I mean, especially if you're the kind of person she's been looking for. I mean, where would she be going that's more important than that?
She didn't say that I'm not ready to know these things.
I mean,
It's something I have to do first, and I can't learn until I've done it.
Do you know what that thing is? And can we
Yuri
help?
kind of glances at Nalfian.
Insight check.
Come on, then.
I mean, Nalfian isn't really hiding the fact that he knows anything, because he is gonna say, I think we need to get to Weed Hill, and the business that you have there. I think once you've managed to work through that with us, whatever we have to find face there, whatever that is, maybe then you'll be ready for what she has for you. But if I'm being honest, this is something that I've had to learn the hard way myself, is the best way to learn is to fail. And sometimes you just have to learn this shit on your own.
Yes. And she looks at, like, mostly, like, Twig and Lila, and I guess Blossom, because I don't know how much I told Blossom. And she says, I'm not just involved with Pelor when it comes to power and magic. I did make a deal with something. A few years ago to get out of a bad situation. And I think that thing, he is keeping me away from all this other stuff that I could be accessing. And I need to sort out what I have with this other thing before I can be a Dawnbreaker.
Wait, do you mean Day?
Yeah.
I thought you said that there was nothing wrong there, though.
It's very complicated.
Well,
Now,
complicated how, though?
Nalf will look to Yuri. Like, a be honest face.
Okay,
I mean, you were just talking about how she wasn't telling you things.
Well, Day is, okay, he's bad. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to worry about it. Day was good. He helped me with a lot of things. He gave me power. He gave me help when no one else did. But some things have started to happen that are more bad. That's why I need to get away from it.
So then you have business with it in Wheat Hill?
Yeah. They told me that there are some things in Wheat Hill that need taking care of. Specifically the dark friends that are there. That's how I knew that they were there. So he's kind of full. Is the dark one gone as well?
Yeah, but I mean, Yuri, it's a means to an end, but I don't know if I'm exactly. I guess if I'm being honest, I don't really like the idea of, especially with him, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just.
She doesn't have much of a choice, Blossom.
Well, I know, but I mean, warlocks can break their pacts. Then why can't we help her break hers?
Look, I'm trying, but he owns my soul. It's very difficult to do something about that.
I know.
He doesn't just... I'm sorry. Okay, I know it's bad.
No, and I
No.
don't blame you, sweetheart. I don't. We all do things when we're younger that we're not proud of and we wish we could undo. It's okay. It's part of being human. It's just May's told me stories about times when Asmodeus was involved in things, and he lies. All he does is lies and lies and lies and lies and lies to get what he thinks is the best outcome.
I know. He's lied to me a million times. I know he lies.
Has he talked to you recently?
He promised to stay away for a little bit so that I could think. We had an argument in Highland Pass, and I told him to leave me alone. And I don't think he was too he wasn't too happy, but he said he'd give me time to think about it. And he'd leave me alone in that time, and he's at least kept up with that, but I sometimes just get the feeling that he's watching. He seems to know things that he shouldn't. He can only know them because he was looking or listening.
What was the argument about?
I was just so sick of him and lies and expectations and things he says about people. He promised some things about my parents that he's not quite keeping to. I got upset about it, and I asked him to make sure that Geldervin would be okay.
Is she gonna be okay though?
I hope so. I know, it's stupid to think that he would actually do something nice for me. But in a weird way, he was kind of like my dad, and it's difficult not to trust him sometimes.
There's a long history of different demons and devils that prey on people who need assistance and promise all these things. It is so sad, but it's true, and we'll help you because he might have your soul, but you have control. I can tell.
I hope you're right.
Well, I mean,
kind of scared
you
sometimes.
can't have your soul right now, though. I mean, it's not like you're soulless or anything, so I guess there would still be time to change that.
I don't know. I don't actually what I traded. I think just kind of agreed. So I don't know. The soul, it comes from something else. And Yuri's gonna mask of many faces and switch to looking like a tiefling. Technically, I should look like this. But they had other ideas, so I look like an elf instead. There's a lot of history there that I don't want to get into it yet. There's a lot more than just surface level stuff. It's so much more complicated.
Right. Well, you would say, though, if you are in danger.
I am, to be honest with you. Because he only promised me good things. Really, that was... He promised me more power, he promised me this, he promised me that. But I'm just starting to question all of it, so I truthfully can't tell you if I'm in danger or not, because I don't know.
I mean, if he's a demon, right, he has to be bad.
Sadly, Twig, there's a difference between demons and devils. Devils, yeah, all of them are really, really, really bad, but devils, they, I don't know, they have a way of being a lot like a gilded metal. They look so nice and inviting, they promise to give you everything, and sometimes they do.
But by the time you get the things you want, everything you had to do, you have to ask yourself, was it really worth it?
He's gonna look super uncomfortable. Going to step away. I think it's really, and we wanted to wake up early. So, let's go and do that.
Eurydice, we are going to do what we can. And Alvin's like really measuring his words. Because you just need to trust your gut and know that we are always behind you. When we go to Wheat Hill, we're gonna do what we set out to do, right? We'll take care of these dark friends together. But just trust yourself. No one else. And he's looking at her very poignantly.
Can I insight check Nalfian? He seems to be very careful with what he's saying and the look.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, because someone's fucking listening and he threatened him last time.
Nalfian, make a deception check, sure.
Okay. I mean, he's...
To see how
The
well
5.
he's really selling it, you know.
Yeah. Deception?
Yeah, deception, yeah.
I rolled a 5. So
5.
Well, that's
DC's
good.
enough.
Well, I rolled a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15, okay. You think, Yuri, that he might just be acting this way because he doesn't want to make you any more uncomfortable than you already are. That's the vibe you're getting, which isn't the truth, but
Okay.
that's what you're picking up.
He's just concerned. Like, no matter what, there's concern there, but obviously there's another level of concern because he knows the truth.
Okay.
That day's little bitch boy. Like,
Okay. Yeah.
but you're right.
I'll try
Let's
and do that.
everyone
Yeah,
go
let's
to sleep.
sleep. And remember, we've got things to do in the morning, so be up early.
Yes, I have one more thing I gotta do, but I'll be right back into bed. And she's gonna grab some of her notebooks and papers and stuff, and just kind of not in a rush, but just kind of like then leave. She's not trying to make it awkward, but it is kind of like awkward just because of the circumstance.
Hey, bye! Yeah.
I promise I'll be back soon.
Okay.
Be careful.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. So, all of you kind of head off into your respective rooms, and Lila, you head off real quick.
Yeah, she's actually just kind of gonna leave and go out to probably like just like the river or something nearby. I'm sitting under the stars. Hopefully she can see them. She's probably gonna take a few minutes just to like actually work on her dissertation, just kind of being in nature so that she's, you know, in Eladrin, she does feel at home there. But definitely trying to be under the stars and just be very present. She's going to try to like commune with Corellian, and after she's like done kind of writing and meditating for a little bit, and probably the autumn look will start to shine through. Her hair will start to turn into more of that red kind of place. She'll just kind of looking up at the stars after she's done writing and meditating, reach out to him and just say, "Help my friend. I don't know Paylor, but maybe you do. That's a lot. And I can tell she needs it. If you can hear me."
Okay.
And then just kind of sit there in that moment.
Go ahead and make a religion check.
Sure.
Show.
I know Corellian's music too, but I don't know if she would just start like singing. Oh my god, guess what? Natural 20, so it's a 29 total. Well, 39.
Yeah, okay. as you sit there, Lila, working on your dissertation, thinking and reflecting upon the stars, the astral bodies that you've seen, the images, things that you have been witness to in just the past 4 or 5 days, seeing reality bend and change, seeing those astral bodies fade away and grow and change in that different realm. You have a lot to think about and a lot to write. Your mind begins to wander as you think about your new friends and the pain that they have, that they carry with them, specifically Eurydice. You look up towards the stars on this clear spring night. All of them there in the sky. As you look up, you say your words, you say what you believe may help. What is what you're reaching for and how you want to help. And you can see this. You can see something begin to happen in the sky. These wisps of green and blue and purple begin to slowly roil and appear, like ribbons of fabric folding over one another, cascading in the entire sky. You look up and you can see the majesty of these astral bodies truly come to life. You can see that near the river where you're at, the different fishermen coming up and downstream, they immediately stop and look up as their faces, their boats, the water shifts and reflects that bright color that is now in the sky. Eventually, after a few moments, the lights begin to fade. The ribbons slowly unravel. The stars dim. And the night sky returns to what it was. You're not sure what it may mean, but what you are aware of is that you have been heard. That is definitely true.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. And then she'll kind of start to wrap up and head back so she's not, out too late or anything.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, you head up and head back inside, and yeah, all of you then head off to sleep, correct? Unless there were any final comments or anything of the sort.
Yuri's just going to sleep.
Yeah, no. Just when they left that room, Nowfoot made sure to kind of give Yuri a reassuring hug, and then put Twig to bed, and then he also will go to bed. But I also messaged you a thing for the morning.
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. Let me check this out. Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So, as all of you head to rest, for the first night in a while, not all of you have restful sleep, restful meditation, as Eurydice, you're broken out of your meditation. By the smell of smoke. You sort of inhale and your eyes shoot up. You can see that you're still in the Great Oak Inn, but you can see there are small embers floating in the air and smoke that is slowly shifting on the ground. You're alone in the room, and you hear no noise around you.
Are my friends still asleep in their beds around me?
No, they're not. It's just you.
I get up and I go to the door to the room and I open it.
As you open the door does not lead into the Great Oak Inn. It doesn't lead from your room into the hallway. Instead, it leads into this relatively moderate-sized square room with these large window panes built into it, looking out this large bay. You can see that there are 4 brass, look to be like fire pits that are currently blazing this like golden white hot flame. And you can see a woman standing, just her back. You can see the golden hair, short cropped to a little bit before her shoulders, and a golden dragon around her neck. And as Lady Meissa turns to you, she closes the book and says, "I'm very sorry for not being entirely honest with you there. You have to understand that the Dark One has eyes everywhere. I had to be sure of who you were before I told you more of what I know. I hope you can forgive me for that."
Yeah, I forgive you. I wasn't... I'm sorry I didn't tell you right away. I was being the Dark One. This is very different to what I usually see. My sleep, where are we?
Well, if you look out just there, she points out one of the windows. That right there is the Great Bay of Bromsgrove. Not actually, it's just how I remember it to look. This is my view from the halls of the Embered, within the Great Tower. You see, Eurydice, I am... Well, I am, to a degree, a member of the Children of the Flame, suppose you could consider me. My allegiances are not to them. Children of the Flame and their wants and needs constantly shift and change with the tide. Me, and those who I ally myself with, have only ever had one goal, and one goal alone. And that goal is to defeat and destroy the Dark One, not just in this reality, but in all realities. And do not worry for not telling me sooner. If you would have blatantly told me that as soon as we had first met, I would not have reached out to you. If your friends hadn't been so lock and key with who you were and what powers you possess, I would not have reached out to you. I know it seems as though I left abruptly, but you have to understand I cannot stay in one place for more than an hour or two.
No, that makes sense. I understand.
You see... Go ahead.
I'm just glad we met someone else who's actually fighting the Dark One as well. And that stuff, because it's very lonely and weird. All of us just trying and having weird people just pop in every now and again.
Yes, and I am so incredibly sorry for that. The fight against the Dark One is typically one of a world of isolation. Any of my friends, fellow members of the Hidden Flame, we do not speak often, if at all. I believe you've met one of our order already. A Solvis Emeriel, correct?
He came and we saw him and spoke to him briefly, and he joined us in a fight against one of the 13.
And where is he now? Typically,
We're not sure. Something about him getting cast out of to the edge of reality.
Emeriel.
One of our friends met him, and she said that he seemed so far away.
Thank you for this. I truly do appreciate it. I do. Well, we're not here to talk about Emeriel. I wanted to talk about you. I wanted to give you answers, truth, and honesty. I want you to know that I can't teach you how to use that weapon. At least not now. I was being very honest when I told you that it would destroy you if you tried to use it to its full power. But there are other things that I can teach you, that I can show you right now that may help.
I would appreciate that so much. Anything you can tell me or teach me about what I'm meant to be doing and how I can use it, I would thank you so much.
Yes, of course. I'll tell you the basics, and then if you have any questions, I will answer those for you. I can only imagine,
Okay.
How old are you? 20, 25 at the very oldest?
20,
Sorry, River, you cut out. What was that?
22.
22. Well, hopefully I can make up for 22 years of mystery with some answers once and for all. The Dawnbreaker is an entity, a figure. They are a reincarnation of the same warrior over and over and over again. And warrior can mean so many things. There are warriors with words, where their quips and comments and skills in debate, their eloquent voices, can cascade throughout the realms to cause change. Of course, there are warriors with weapons, and then there are warriors with magic. The Dawnbreaker is someone, and has always been someone, who has been a paragon of light and justice in the realms. They are someone who can raise the Rising Dawn banner and the hidden flame will march behind them. And so, what I tell you here is that could be your purpose if you very well choose. I know this to be true about you. I've seen it. Obviously, your power is not as great as it needs to be, but the fact that your Baijan could do this, even with you being restricted, is incredible. You have to understand that. So, reincarnated, great warriors, great magic passed down, paragons of light and justice, specifically tied in opposition to the Dark One. The Dawnbringer's lineage can be traced all the way back. The Dawnbreaker's lineage can be traced all the way back to the beginning of this all. The first few entities created to fight against the Dark One. There's a long line of people behind you that have fought against the Dark One. And I'm afraid that there may be something that tried to take you away from the light for their own nefarious purposes. They somehow discovered who the next reincarnation would be, and they did what they needed to do.
Yeah. Do you know who that is? So I know, I just don't know if you know.
I have a long list of people, entities who I think it may be, but sadly I don't know for sure.
It was, Asmodeus.
You would think after he's banished from the realms 7, 8 times now, he would learn his lesson about dabbling in the matters of the light. But no, he never learns, does he?
He got in the way. He knew who I was going to be. And that's why he... I don't know what's true anymore. Because apparently... my mum made a deal with him so that I would be born. And then that's how I came around. And then my parents died, and then I made a deal because I was stuck. And he told me that my whole purpose was to take over the 9 hells. And that's why I have these tattoos, and that's why I have this power, and that he gave it to me.
My dear, I am incredibly sorry. Genuinely, you have to understand that. And I do not mean to turn your life on its head right now, to topple everything you know to be a truth into a lie. But the Dark One and Asmodeus are very, very different in many ways. But the truth that they both share is their aptitude and grotesque usage of lies to whittle away the psyche and the spirit of those people that they wish to use. The 13 Forsaken, great promises of power, positions of leadership, greatness. Do you think that any of them will receive more than a thank you Or not even that. They'll do what's needed of them. There's one thing I've learned of the Dark One in this ever-ending war is he does not share power, and neither does Asmodeus. Pure will, conviction, is what keeps him the tyrant king of the Nine Hells. If I can give you one shred of hope, Eurydice, you are so much stronger than he is. I do not want you to leave this room tonight and feel hopeless. The fact that I know who possesses you now, the fact that you know that he's been lying to you, and the fact that we now both know what you are capable of and what you can do, I can tell you very clearly, Eurydice. Someday soon, Asmodeus will have no hold on you anymore. I will do everything in my power to make sure that is so. It seems as though the only people you've had to help you are your friends that you've been traveling with. Well, Eurydice, I can promise you from this day on, you have one more friend to add to that list.
That's good. That's thank you. I do have a question.
Of course.
If other people can figure out who the next reincarnation is going to be, if you could find me, if I have this connection, why did no one come? It would take 22 years of Asmodeus and all of this for someone to come and tell me what the truth was.
You see, in things like the Tongwu path, for example, the reincarnation of Feum and Tongwu. Wow. In the reincarnation of Feum and Tongwu, the reincarnation is born immediately after their predecessor passes on. The spirit transfers from one to the next. As the weave continues to grow, there is so much temporal and spatial time between one Dawnbreaker to the next. The last Dawnbreaker who fought against the darkness was some 2,000 years ago, Eurydice. Last true Dawnbreaker, that is. There are false ones, of course, that claim, but none of them that claim can do what you did with that dagger. That dagger, as your power grows, it will continue to grow as well. Why did it take so long? I had thought that perhaps the Dawnbreaker would reveal themselves near this, as the fight with the Dark One grew more and more. But as seals began to break, as dark forces began to whittle their way into Bromsgrove and the Salamander Coast, and stories I've heard about Odero and Afera and Thorol, I knew that they had to be somewhere. the weave. It does as it pleases. It spares no one's feelings, but it always makes sure that the threads can continue to grow, that the story continues, that there is no end. And I was starting to see an end in sight. So I dropped everything, and I started looking. And well, you have to understand that after the events that have transpired and Highland Pass, hearing about thousands of spectral warriors that tore open reality and destroyed a great shadow looming over the city, along with undead piling out in hordes and hordes, destroying a quarter of that city, things like that don't happen around normal people. I'm not sure if you're responsible for either one of those things, but as soon as I heard of a red-haired girl with an affinity flame and tattoos like a radiant sun covering her form, knew that it had to be you. That you had to be them. So I'm sorry it took so long. But it seems as though there was a certain someone that didn't want you to be found.
I understand its very distinctive look. This is partly why I chose a disguise.
Yes, it was a little hard to see through, but luckily, Kaida has great eyes for such a thing.
Oh, right. Well, lots of spectral warriors tearing open reality. That was actually Nalfian. But yeah, we were there, and it was... I understand things like that don't happen around normal people. How do I even fight Asmodeus? I'm supposed to see him again. We're supposed to talk when I get to the ruins of my parents' house.
You know what? There comes a time in each ember's life when they have to choose. They have to make a very important choice. You see, Eurydice, at a very young age, I fell very ill. And I lost my vision. The only reason I can see is because I see through Kaida. He is a great companion, and Kaida and I both share a love for the light, for that true flame. But if it may come down to it, if you need to shatter those shackles that keep you restrained, you're going to need everything you can. I don't know how much good it will do you outside of that moment. But what I can promise you is that Kaida will make sure that those locks are broken. And you can see her reach towards her bracer and sort of begin to undo the leather straps on the bottom. And you can see Kaida kind of look to her and say, Lady Meissa, I don't know if... Kaida, please. This is what is right. She's going to take off the bracer. And you can see Kaida immediately, sort of like a funnel of flame, be sucked into the ruby. As you can see, she just sort of looks maybe up past your left shoulder and hands out in your direction the bracer.
Yuri forward, and she wraps her fingers around it, but before she takes it, she'll say, "Are you completely sure? I've not had Lucky for very long as a friend, but if I was separated from him, I think I'd be very upset and just part of you."
You're right, he is. And while we are away, I will be very sad. But, Eurydice, it is the greatest honor of my life to be able to serve. It's what I've promised to do when I pledged to the First Flame that I would do everything in my power to make sure that the Dark One is destroyed. There is no sacrifice too great. And if it means missing a friend for a week or a month, then it's worth it. Please.
She takes the bracer and looks at it. "I will make sure he's back to you as soon as possible. And thank you. I do think sometimes I need all the help that..."
I think that is the biggest flaw in us as people. We're so afraid of hurting those we care about, or disappointing those we care about, that we think we have to do everything on our own. Eurydice, those people at that table, they have a great love for you, all of them. You don't have to do this alone.
Yeah, I know. They are incredible people. And I don't want them to be a part of this sometimes, but I know that they are. And part of me is very grateful that they are, because I couldn't do it without them.
It's good you recognize that. So, my dear.
And she kind of steps forward a little bit and slowly reaches her hand up and kind of finds your shoulder and then moves up from your shoulder to your face, sort of clasping your cheek.
Do not be sad or angry. Give him no reason to suspect anything until it's too late. Smile and be happy, because soon, Eurydice, you will be free of those bonds. I promise.
She smiles very genuinely. Okay. Thank you.
She'll take her arm back down, sort of fold them over her stomach, just kind of holding herself. And you can see her kind of grab at her forearm where the bracer used to be. And she smiles and nods and says,
Well, I think that there may be some people waiting for you when you return. Good luck, Eurydice.
Thank you. And she kind of holds the bracer and I guess walks back through the door.
okay. As you walk back through the door and it shuts behind you, immediately you awake. And you sort of shiver awake from the the pure shock and sort of just processing everything that happened in that conversation, and thinking about the implications that it has. And as you awake, the bracer is in your hands. What happened in a dream has translated itself into reality. You hold it in your hands, the ruby gleaming. As you can see, it is currently alive with fiery energy, almost gazing up at you. You can feel the dagger tucked into your belt. You can feel life all around you. You can see your friends in the room still sleeping. Quick question, was Nalfian staying in the same room as Eurydice?
We did it Nalfian, Blossom, Twig in one room, and Lila and Eurydice in the other.
Okay. So I would say at about this point, since Lila is also an elf, right? Lila also has a trance. Twig and Blossom are the only two people that sleep in this group. I would say that Eurydice, as you sort of come awake, it is at the end of your trance, so you feel fully rested. And Lila, you probably also awake from your trance as well, right around the same time, as the two of you look to each other, just waking up. What is sort of the look on Eurydice's face immediately after coming out of that trance? Is that a genuine smile? Anything else that it kind of shifts and changes into that Lila would notice?
A bit of bewilderment, but relief. Try not to give too much away, I suppose, but she looks very genuinely relieved, and she's just kind of looking down at the bracer and kind of running like her finger over the gem and the points of the star.
Okay. So yeah, that would be another thing you'd notice, Lila, is, for one, on top of that look, the bracer that she currently holds in her hand, which you definitely clocked it earlier. You know that is probably the same bracer, which is a little odd to you in this moment.
Hey, have an eventful night?
Nope. No.
She's gonna give you a look like bullshit.
She's just gonna message Lila, like, you know, they're like across, just like literally across the room.
Yeah.
Because she's super like hyper aware of day at the moment. So she just says,
okay.
I got some answers and I made a new friend.
And I can respond to that message in a message, right?
Yeah.
That's how message works. Okay. She'll just say, is it the same friend from earlier that we talked about?
Message again.
We'll just assume we're speaking in message.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just a cantrip. You're good.
Yeah. Well, the one that we met at the table, she actually had some answers, and I feel quite a bit better now.
Good. I'm really glad to hear that. You seem better.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I feel like I'm glowing. So
You are.
thanks. And she's gonna put the bracer maybe away for now. She's not sure she should wear it yet. She's gonna put it away. Out loud. Girls' morning. Girls' morning. Today's girls' morning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a very fun day ahead of us.
Wait, Twig's not awake yet, is she?
Probably not.
That means we have time to prepare.
So true. What should we do?
we could go and grab a couple of flowers already. We can make sure there's, I don't know, like tea when she like has the best morning experience. We can make sure we have like some pastries ready, and we can make breakfast in bed. How about?
Oh my gosh, yes. Let's do that for everyone.
Amazing. Okay. Wait, Nalfian's gonna be awake already. Shit.
We can grab Nalfian. He can help.
Okay. Neri's gonna, like, very quietly, like, tiptoe and just, like, crack open the door.
As you open the door, Nalfian's not in there.
Well.
She looks around like, huh? And she, like, tiptoes back. Nalfian's not there.
Well, I guess he's not helping. And then Lila will kind of clap her hands together and be like, let's go get ready.
So as all of you, as the two of you walk around the corner into the common room, you can see like several wicker baskets on a table. You can see like the barmaid, Mira kind of walking back and forth, putting like these different like folded in cloth sandwiches into the baskets as Nalfian is sort of sitting there with his foot up on a stool, like kind of trying to mess with the bow tie to get it on.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh my god. One step ahead of you, baby.
And Lila's like, guess he's not doing anything.
Yeah, he also has that fucking bow tie on. Like, you can tell every now and then he'll, like, mess with it and adjust it as he's, like, trying to figure out how to fucking tie a bow.
Wait. Go over to him and she's gonna, like, tie it properly. It goes like this. Stop messing with it or you're gonna make it... I'm gonna have to redo it.
He just, like, groans. Alright, you know,
You look so handsome in it, though.
Well, I always look handsome, but thank you. I just hope all of you know I'm only doing this because I like to see the smiles on everyone's faces.
Really?
You're
You
welcome.
don't feel even a tiny bit good. You look very dashing with the bow tie.
Or maybe I'm kind of doing it for that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought.
So there's enough for breakfast and lunch. Should we stay out that long? I think that she said she packed a couple of blankets. I don't really know what to expect, but it's all there. Kind of like points to the table.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, I know. It's what I do. And he just kind of smiles real big. Alright. Who's waking her up?
I think our lovely chauffeur should have the honor.
Alright. Alright, but could we just, with the last name today, maybe we just go by Albert?
I mean, Albert's a really great chauffeur name, so I think it suits just fine.
So we can't call you
That,
from Cockle at all?
No.
No?
You see, I'm gonna go get Twig. And he's gonna, like, spin on his heel and go... Well, too bad. Today she's sleeping in, damn it, Gemma. Let us have our moment. I don't care, he's an early riser. Yeah, Nalf will go upstairs and he will very carefully open her door and see if she's sleeping or not. Okay, carefully, not like a fucking... It's a freaking WD-40.
Slash your spell. Jesus.
Yeah, you crack open the door and you can see that Blossom isn't awake and neither is Twig.
The temptation, he looks at Blossom for a really long time. He thinks better of it.
Go get some warm water.
Yeah, man. But then he will kind of like very carefully walk over to Twig's bed and just kind of squat down. Good morning. And just kind of nudge her.
Yeah, I should stir probably. not too hard to get her up.
Good morning.
Right, so girls' morning. Jazz hands, he does. Yay.
What's that going on over there? Oh.
Girls' morning.
Oh, that's right.
Does bigger
girls'
jazz
morning.
hands.
Oh, wow. And Blossom kind of swings around off the edge of the bed. Oh, Nalfian, you're wearing the bow tie I made you. Oh.
Yeah. And I look great.
Look at that.
Twig,
It looks
dear.
very knightly.
Yep.
Thank you. There is breakfast ready to go and packed, so if you ladies would like to get dressed, we can head out whenever you're ready.
Okay.
All right, your chariot awaits. Any finger guns?
Alrighty. So with
I'll
that,
let them get dressed.
as you two start getting ready and you eventually head out, ready to pursue your ladies' morning out, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break right there. Okay. All right.
It's
What up?
ladies' morning.
It's ladies'
the
Oh,
morning.
what a morning.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you all so much for watching so far. Hope you've enjoyed. Be sure to come back for some epic fun lady time.
Woo!
Woo! And we'll see you when we come back. All right. Bye.
Big
right, hello everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Let's go ahead and dive right back in. So picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers had found themselves in the small riverside town of Riverbend, a quaint, cute little town where they currently have been staying at the Great Oak Inn. Excuse me. During their brief stay at this inn, a few things of great importance have happened. For one, they've encountered Colette, Lila's greatest enemy from the college. After a verbal spat between the two, Colette seeming to come out the verbal champion. Sadly, she did not stay a winner for long, as Eurydice, being friend to Lila, decided to trip Colette using her telekinetic powers. And boy, did Colette look like the worst person in the room at that point, as she fell, landed square on her nose as she just began to pour nose out of her blood, pour blood out of her nose, getting all over her like white tunic and very nice clothes, running out of the room, screaming and crying. So, who was the real winner in that situation? I think Eurydice was. So as that happens, eventually, of course, your lives not being a dull one, there is excitement that continues to happen, continues to unfold. As a strange woman enters the inn, a woman of tanned, golden undertone skin, wearing black and gold all over her form, along with a small gold dragon sitting upon her shoulders. Now, as all of you talk to this individual as they sit down at your table, you can tell that there's some type of ulterior motive here. There is a purpose to why they're sitting at your table with all of you. Lila, thanks to your scrying, your ability to probe deep within a person's thoughts, you do get a fair bit of information in regards to what she's thinking. You know that she wants to discover who the Dawnbreaker is, and to see if that is Eurydice. And you also know that she was sent, or at least requested, to search for this thing on the behest of Hrothgar, which you learned was a leader of the Children of the Flame and someone of some worldwide acclaim due to his achievements. So you know that this person seems to be trustworthy, just a little odd in how they approached the situation. So after a brief, very intense conversation between Nalfian, Twig, Blossom, and this woman, after Lila and Eurydice had stepped away from the table, it seemed though the woman was getting ready just to leave and go away, when eventually Eurydice and Lila came back. Lila beginning to brandish the dagger that Lucky had turned himself into, telling her to sheath it, and then spoken message to her that she couldn't tell her much now, but she would try and help. It's just that she couldn't teach Eurydice the things that she needed, because there's a good chance that what she needed to really become the Dawnbringer, because there's a chance that it could very well destroy her. So Eurydice, obviously very frustrated, tired of people not helping her, not being able to do things to actually help her, just telling her that deal with it and figure it out on your own. Lila, obviously seeing her new friend being so frustrated, wanting to try and help her, makes a small prayer to Corleone, hoping to maybe bridge a connection there. Lila's words are heard by Corleone, with those brief ribbons of light and color in the sky, but nothing else really comes to fruition aside from that. And so now where we sit is after a brief conversation. Eurydice, in a dream, communicates with the Lady Meissa. And the Lady Meissa offers her every truth that she can offer. Offers her truth of her existence, of why she is the way she is, and what the Dawnbreaker's purpose is, and what Lucky, or Dawnbringer, will do for her one day. telling her that it is true that the power that Dawnbringer has, this dagger she holds in her possession, could hurt her, could very well destroy her if she's not careful. Whenever she breaks these chains, this cage that Asmodeus is keeping her in, she will eventually be able to grow and be able to embrace the full power of this thing and truly be able to become what she is always destined, what she's always been destined for. To allow the weave to create her into the Dawnbreaker, to raise the dawning banner and rally the forces of the Hidden Flame to fight against the Dark One, as she was always supposed to. So, the Lady Meissa gives Eurydice something that may come to help her in the future days and weeks. Her own bracer. What tied her to her own small entity she's given to Eurydice in the hopes that it will help when she goes to break the chains that belong to Asmodeus. Eurydice awakes happy and hopeful that something soon may change. And so with that, Eurydice and Lila ready for their girls' morning out with Twig, and a way to spoil her and show her what it's like to really have a family and friends that truly love you. As they go to prepare, sadly they're beaten to the punch, as Nalfian, Knight of House Forrester, has already beat him to it. Baskets, ready for picnicking, a bow tie affixed to his neck. They are ready for the day to begin. So we're going to go ahead and pick up right where we left off, as Twig and Blossom, now fully ready, they step out of the room. They head into the common room bright and early, right around 7 a.m. As Lila, Eurydice, and Nalfian, you are ready to go. Blossom and Twig approach. With that, all of you are ready for your girls' morning out. So I have to ask, how does this start? What is this starting off with?
Nalfian has procured a little buggy. And Marshall is like strapped to said buggy outside. I feel like maybe like what was her name? The one working the bar?
Mira.
Mira? Okay. Like Mira was also able to find Marshall a little matching bow tie to Nalf. So they have matching bow ties. So he will like load up their little buggy with the baskets and stuff and just kind of help everybody into it. He's being maybe a little smug about it, but like peak gentleman in these moments. Like literally taking everybody by the hand and leading them up. And he will get them to this lavender field, wherever that may be.
Okay.
It's like 5 feet away.
Well, you're not far off. As
Hey man, it's the thought that counts.
currently in the tavern right here.
We're still showing up awesome.
Hell
so.
yeah, we show up.
You
We
come
roll
out
up.
right here,
We
and
roll
right,
up.
you take the cart around this way, and then you get to this intersection,
Fucking thing keeps moving, Jesus.
and then you get right there.
Hell yeah!
Oh, yeah.
We roll up.
You started here. It would have been faster to walk, just across.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. So eventually you arrive. You can see these fields of lavender, brightly colored bushes and trees. And you can see hundreds of butterflies in this early spring morning clinging to these leaves and these plants, kind of fluttering around, moving around. But it is a beautiful area. So, what's the setup look like? Nalfian?
Just don't ask Nalfian. He's just doing what he's told.
We gotta.
So
We've
should
not
we-
eaten the breakfast, so we had like a picnic. type
Yeah.
thing?
Yes.
a picnic, and then let's go pick some flowers and stuff, and then do the hair train.
Yes. Wait, can I have Lucky carry one of the little baskets?
Oh yeah.
Iconic.
To be accurate to the art, yes.
He'll walk beside Twig, like holding the little basket in his mouth because he's quite tall. He's a big dog, so he'll walk next to her.
Okay.
And now we'll lay out the little blankets and stuff and find them a nice sunny spot for breakfast.
Lila's pink is starting to pop through more now. It's going to be less of like a harsh green and red. It's going to be making the transition back into pink, but the green and red still linger.
Okay.
Yeah, so as they're eating breakfast... Oh, go ahead. Go.
Wait, what's the order again? Are we breakfast then flat? Wait, hold on. What's the order?
Breakfast, then we collect flowers and like lavender fields, and then we do our hair.
Okay, don't worry. Breakfast, go.
Okay. So as we're eating breakfast, Nelphin's just gonna like look at everybody. All right. So what do we talk about on Girls' Morning?
Anything that we like, I guess. When I have girls' nights out, we just talk about anything and everything. Probably something lighter, It doesn't have to be all the world savings. It's supposed to be a break, so don't talk about work.
He nods.
Blossom, what is your favorite thing to make when you're at home, food-wise?
Oh my goodness. Well. Oh, okay. So there is, mainly just because, and I know this sounds bad, but I really love it when Eliza, she gets kind of frustrated at what she's cooking, because I just think it's adorable. There are nights when special nights when she makes like homemade pasta, and what she has to do is she has to cut each little noodle by hand, and she's always so specific about it, just trying to make sure that they're all the same length. And I always tell her that it's all kind of going in the same place anyway, so maybe if one's a little shorter than the other, it's not that big of a deal. And she's always like, no,
right.
It has to be this specific length, and it has to be this shape, and it can't be like that. If it's like that, then it's not gonna cook at the same time. I don't know. But I think that that's one of my favorite things, because she always helps me. She lets me make the dough, but then she always has to roll it out and make the pasta herself. So for the spectacle that's attached to it, I think that's probably my favorite.
Yeah, that's a sweet memory. Yeah. What about you, Eurydice? Do you bake or anything?
I do like baking. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty okay at it.
Mm.
I know.
I was thinking, maybe if I wasn't doing all this stuff, if I had more of a traditional kind of path through life, I guess, I wouldn't mind opening a bakery. I quite like making like, cinnamon rolls and stuff like that. They're just so nice. And then if you give someone a cinnamon roll, they get so happy.
I know, I do.
It's nice. Exactly. So I like to kind of give people those, and then, I don't know, they're fun to make. Baking.
Oh my gosh, I would love to have one of your cinnamon rolls sometime. We should definitely just have a baking day. That'd be so fun. Next Girls' Morning.
The moment we have a house where we have access to baking materials and supplies, we can bake.
I agree. How about you, Twig? Did you ever make any food or anything? Or what was your favorite pastime or anything? Obviously, besides Kingdoms and Castles, which you rule at.
Well, thank you. I wouldn't really do much baking, but sometimes when Aunt Beth came around, we would make these little cookies with like a kind of like gooey inside to them. I don't know. She was really good at it.
Now I just want sweets. This sounds so good. Did you bake it all, Nalfian?
No.
Well, and Lila, what about you?
Oh, I actually, I wish I would have
Sorry,
Did
Nalfian.
you have another answer,
Sorry,
Nalfian?
Now Theon's just gonna pop some of his fucking toast in his mouth and just shake his head. No, I'm just a chauffeur. Don't mind me.
I want you, Nalfian, to know genuinely I'm very sorry for cutting you off.
He just gives her a look.
Well, I actually didn't really cook a lot at home. I never really had to, and my mom wasn't around a lot, so I wasn't taught much how to do that. It was always, how to better yourself and study more and what casting spells and just perfection. So no, I don't never really. I mean, I've made some simple pasta before, but nothing anything cool like cinnamon rolls or cookies.
And then I guess it must be a good idea to do bacon on the next one.
I would love to.
Nalfian, did you have anything you actually liked baking?
Oh, who, me?
Yes, you.
No, I don't consider myself much of a baker, but my wife used to make. She used to make There's a name for it, but I couldn't pronounce it quite right. But they were like these small, mini versions of pies. But she would put maybe too much sugar in it because I have a bit of a sweet tooth, and they were always apple, and probably ate one too many. But
Those
Those
sounds.
sound awesome.
yeah, they're pretty great. He just takes a long drink as he makes eye contact with Blossom.
Well, that was my question. Now, Yuri, you ask a question.
Okay. I think. Right, this is less applicable to some of us. If you could have your hair any color, and think vibrant, think really cool, or any style or anything, how would you have your hair?
Well, my hair does change very vibrantly. But I've always wondered what I would look like with jet black hair. I don't think I'd pull it off. It's not really my vibe, but that'd be kind of cool.
I see
Whatever
that.
jet is. Pitch black hair. There we go. That's much more fantasy.
And Twig?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'd ever want my hair to be too vibrant. I think it would just look wrong, right?
Why
I mean,
would
it would make
look wrong?
everything look so unbalanced.
I mean, there's something quite fun sometimes to having very, very vibrant hair. I mean, she uses disguise self and her hair just turns bright blue. See? It's sometimes just very exciting and very fun. Not everything has to be totally balanced in that way sometimes.
I still don't think it's for me.
That's fair. Nalfian?
I get it. My hair's perfect. Next question.
I mean, maybe you could have a color in your hair.
What do you mean? I think it looks
Well,
great
I
the way
mean,
that it is. Don't you?
It doesn't exactly have any.
It's like a, fresh snowfall white. That's a color.
I
Well,
don't think white counts as a color.
No, I'm pretty sure that I've had some book learning now, Fian, and I think that white is just devoid of all color. So I think that means you got to pick something, buddy boy.
I don't think I'd look good with any other color hair, if I'm being honest.
Are you sure we could? And she like holds up her hand.
No,
That would work, right?
It would be very tempting.
No,
I promise.
not.
Did you just say purple?
let me go back. I go
Ooh.
for a roll and just not say anything. Continue
I think
with
that-
your merriment.
Like, could
and
you
such.
imagine like a bright
If
like
anyone
lavender
touches my hair.
like these look at here. What?
If anyone touches
Oh,
my
yeah.
hair,
I
Well,
won't
I
even
mean,
touch
if it's
it.
just like a light purple, right? I mean,
No.
Ooh,
it
like a
matches in.
lilac. Ooh, that might be. very
I'm a
nice.
fan of lilacs.
his eye is just twitching. Escape.
all right, Blossom. What would your hair color be?
Oh, I think I'd like to do like a. I know this isn't like a real color, but to me, like Feywild green is such. It's so easy for me to imagine like this, like like the greenest grass you ever seen, but like even brighter. I don't know. I
Oh
think
my
that,
gosh.
I think that'd be nice. I mean,
I
I
bet
like the
that's
brown.
beautiful.
Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I think green would look pretty cool.
No, I want to see that color someday.
It would be nice.
All right, Twig, your turn. Ask a question.
Um, I guess. What are people's favorite animals?
That's such a twig question.
I always really liked hummingbirds. They're just so
Yeah, I can see that.
yeah, they're lovely. And they're kind of rare, certain flowers draw them, so it's just special when you see one.
It's a hard question. I think I like foxes. Maybe it's the ginger, but I think they're very pretty and smart.
I think it's a toss-up between panthers and I can hear you laughing, Joe. Fuck off.
No, that was Blossom. That was Blossom.
Oh, that was Blossom?
That was Blossom.
Okay, yes. Okay, alright. Then now if he's not gonna tell me to fuck up, but he's gonna literally give her dagger eyes. Wait, you
Poor
don't like
Nelvian.
animals?
Every time he's taught,
I'm just meeting. He wasn't finished. He wasn't fucking finished.
Yuri just nudges
But-
Blossom, like, give him one.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. What is it? Is it panthers and wolves? Is that what they are?
Oh.
You know, it's... Sleep with one eye open. It is... In the light of what Lila said, I also like birds myself. But I think like a red-tailed hawk. It's a
Oh.
beautiful bird.
they are. I haven't seen one in a while.
They are very beautiful birds. It's a good choice, Nalfian.
I know. What's yours? Blossom?
Cows. I love cows.
Oh, yes,
I think it's
especially
'cause
the
of the
really fluffy
cow.
ones.
Yeah, I think it's just because of
Yeah,
the
you
similarity of ears. I mean, look at my ears. Come on, can't you tell? That's
You
why I got
don't
this.
like cows, Delphian?
No, see,
No,
Twig,
I
he's
don't.
trying to criticize my like because I laughed at panthers. That's what he's trying to do.
I think cows are great.
I don't know. The intonation of cows really has a meaning of
Twig, what's
really.
your favorite animal?
Oh, well, little bunnies, I guess.
Oh,
Oh,
I love rabbits. So sweet. Maybe there's one out in the field.
Oh, well, I mean, I can just, and Twig's just gonna just, do a little
wild companion thing, and a little bunny familiar is just gonna pop into her lap.
Oh, look at that sweetheart. You are so talented, Twig.
Oh, thank you.
Just whispers to Lucky, don't attack that one.
Oh,
Lucky.
Oh my god.
After hearing that you like foxes the most, he like turned into a fox behind your back. And,
Oh!
like look at him. He's like, you weren't supposed to see me yet. I didn't figure quite yet how what a fox looks like, cause he's got like his 2 dog paws, but like a fox body.
that's so
Buddy.
sweet.
You look fight. You look cool. She look.
But my feet are so big. I don't think
Yeah,
foxes
well,
have big paws like this.
We'll figure that out.
They're a little bit
Normally a little
smaller.
bit smaller.
Scoop. Oh, that is
Yeah.
much better.
There you go.
Like a dog, but with the sleekness of a cat.
Hmm.
Oh. Shrinks a little bit. Oh, this feels much better. And he's just gonna run into the lavender field.
Aww.
And every once in a while, you see him pop out of the top, like jump, and then jump back in, like he's swimming.
Aw.
Oh.
Love that.
That-
So more questions? Are we ready? Is everyone ready for flowers?
I think Nalfian hasn't asked a question yet. We ask
No.
Nalfian, if you ask a question, and then we can
Yeah.
go pick some flowers.
All right. If you had all the gold in the world, what would you spend it on and why?
Hmm.
I don't. I would just use it on gaining more knowledge. There's nothing in my life that gold could bring me that I wouldn't already have, and maybe that sounds a little lame, but I don't know. Money's never been an issue for me.
Good answer. It's a good answer.
I think this might be a boring answer. I don't know. I think I just try to spend the rest of my life, go around the world and make sure everyone had enough. I don't know. So many people where we go to these cities and they don't have a home, or they don't have food, or they just. I mean, if I had all the money in the world, why wouldn't I go and do that?
That's so true.
He nods.
He's just gonna kind of look down after like Eurydice was giving her answer.
I know, it's like, well, good luck tossing that, everyone.
Just quietly bites into a piece of fruit.
Well,
Twig,
Twig.
what would you buy?
Yeah, Twig, what would you buy, sweetie?
I mean, it sounds dumb now, but I would want to get more kingdoms and castles cards, especially maybe. Especially duplicate copies of them.
You're laughing.
Twig, you are the most
Uh-oh.
adorable
That's not
girl.
stupid at all. You
I-
have a
I-
hobby
my
and you're
goodness.
passionate
guess-
about it.
Maybe go to a fair. Actually, I mean, it looks nice there.
That is a wonderful answer. I don't know why you were so worried.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
after what you said it.
Well,
Just bites
I
into
mean,
another piece of fruit.
I'd be lying if I didn't spend like a tiny bit of the money on nice things. That's a very valid. You're 15 years old. You don't need to have a really big piece of a card. So kings and cards are fine.
Yeah, that was a
Watches.
perfect answer.
Yeah. No, sweetheart, you have nothing to worry about. Listen, I'm older than Eurydice, and my first instinct wasn't something selfless. In fact, my first answer was something super selfish. I wish that what I would buy is an island somewhere off the coast of the Rawl, or maybe in the Gemstone Archipelago. A nice house. Hire some guards. A place for Eliza, myself, and Theodore to live where we don't have to worry about anything. we live in Wexany. At least they do. I'm here, but Wexany's a nice enough town, but I mean, it seems like every other week there's something happening in Tarkir or Iverion or the Salamander Coast or anywhere where something bad is happening to somebody. If I had all the money in the world, I'd put them somewhere safe. All of us somewhere safe where we didn't have to worry about anything. I feel bad for leaving the rest of the world out there alone, but at least I could guarantee that the two of them would be safe.
That's sweet.
You,
Well,
Nalfian?
there's my
Well,
question.
what would you do, Nalfian?
Well, I mean, Lila stole my answer. Or Blossom stole my answer. But that's okay. I would make sure Twig has every single Kingdoms and Castle card you could ever want. I'd make sure... Well, Eurydice and Lila, you seem to have bonded well over that. I'd buy you a shop to open a bakery.
You know, I don't
She
know
can
what
teach
it
me
is
how.
about Lila. I don't know. I see somebody else as a business partner with Eurydice.
Yeah,
and that's nothing
maybe,
against
maybe.
you, Lila.
No. I have no idea how to bake. I would be a great customer though.
See, I feel like they're really similar to you. I just...
Yeah,
I
Really?
can't put my finger on it.
Something. Yeah. No, I can't.
Anyway, sorry. Nalfian.
I'd buy you your house. I would just make sure everybody has everything that they could ever want. And then with whatever's left... I don't know. I guess similar to you, Yuri, just give it away. Someone else probably needs it more than I do, especially now. I think that everything that I could want is right in front of me. He looks at Blossom, waiting.
That's very sweet, Nalfian.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everybody gets one, mister. Don't think that this is something changed between us.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So we've all answered. Do you want to go get some flowers and then do each other's hair?
Oh, wait a second. I still need to ask a question, too.
Oh, yes. Okay. Ask a question, then we'll go do the flowers.
All right. Who has been your favorite group of people to hang out with since this whole crazy thing started?
That's a tough question.
Is it?
What a question. You're really something, aren't you?
Damn right I am.
I did meet a nice group of raccoons back in Raven Rock.
Wait a minute.
Twig,
A group of raccoons in... Wait, I'm sorry, Nalfian. A group of raccoons in Raven Rock? Are you talking about
They are
Danny,
not the
Donnie, and Philly?
friendliest
No, Nalfian.
raccoons.
Danny and
Wait,
Donnie and Philly. You're
you know
talking
them?
about them?
You've met them?
Oh, sweetie, they are not nice. No.
I
All right?
thought they were nice.
No, they're not. They bullied Theodore. We went there to visit for a while. We just took a vacation, and
Well,
they bullied...
maybe they weren't the same then.
No, because same as you have the ability to talk to animals, so do I. All right, it is Fey magic. All right, and I talked to them, and I had a very stern talking to with them, and the disrespect they had. Oh my goodness.
Well, then I guess they've learned since then. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I heard you were
I thought they were
crying.
nice.
They don't seem very...
They made you
Well, that
cry.
was just a
That's it. After this is
misunderstanding. It
over,
wasn't-
I'm going back to Raven Rock. Teach them raccoons a lesson.
I mean,
Block.
to be fair, I feel
No.
like we would need to
No.
go to Raven Rock at some point, right?
Probably.
Wait, no, sorry, no business. I'm sorry.
How? Yeah.
It's okay, Twig. You don't have to apologize.
Oh no, this
All
isn't
right,
your fault at all,
let's
sweetie.
gather the flowers and such.
Yes. Let's. Yeah.
So excited!
Okay.
Are there different kinds of flowers out here, or is it all just lavender?
Oh no, it's a whole bunch. Like I said, it's like a butterfly garden. So there's lavender, and then there's a whole bunch of other things mixed
Okay.
in with the batch.
Okay.
So yeah, it is up to you what flowers you'd like to grab and how many you'd like to get, and all that good stuff.
Nope.
I'll say as
There
they're
be
going,
flowers.
getting
No.
flowers, Twig would wanna get to where Nath is and talk to him. Just kind of like come up as she's just like, you know, been picking flowers like to try and like, you know, mosey on over to him.
Can I ask you a favor?
Of course. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Would you cut my hair for me?
He stops mid-pick. Cut it? As in, cut it? Like off?
I don't know what other kind of cut there would be. But I don't.
He'll like turn around and kind of like face her directly. I can cut your hair. How much do you want taken off?
A lot of it.
And she's just gonna like gesture to essentially like a long shag cut essentially. It's like, you know, just a few inches away from like, you know, where her scalp would be.
I mean, it was always Mama that wanted me to have it long. I wasn't so much a fan. I mean, I wouldn't get it neat, and then she would get upset that I wouldn't keep it neat. And, well, it's been nice having you do it, but, I mean, it's like that fortune teller was saying I shouldn't be dependent on people like that, and, well, I just feel like maybe this is just a small thing for that.
Alright. You want it short? We'll make it short. We can do it. Do you trust me? Because if you want, I can add a little flair. We can make it look pretty cool.
I trust you. I mean, I know you're good with a knife, right? So.
Yes. Yes, I am. Alright. Let's do this.
And just.
And he's
What
going.
other
Go ahead.
Can you be honest with me? You don't think I'm selfish, right?
The most serious look on
Kinda
her
like-
face.
Furrows his brow. Twig, if this is about the Kingdoms and Castle cards, you're not selfish.
Well, it's
I
not
can
just
promise
about
you.
that. I mean, again, it's like what that fortune teller was saying. You know, I should be doing things for other people, and well, I feel like, especially from what Eurydice was saying, I mean, she just came up with that naturally, and I didn't even think about it at the time, and well, I feel like that was bad.
Listen,
So, am I selfish?
Twig, you are not selfish. At all. There's a reason why I didn't have that fortune teller lady say anything to me. This is what I mean. When somebody looks into your future or into you, they can only see so much. And what they see, they make assumptions on it. You are in charge of your own fate. You are not selfish. Stop thinking so hard about what she said. You are making choices for the betterment of other people. You always have since I've known you. It's okay to treat yourself too every now and then. Besides, all those kingdoms and castle cards are not going to take all the money in the world. You'd have plenty left.
I guess that's true.
Okay?
Just gonna give him a little hug as well.
He'll hug him back.
And then she's like, as she, like, before the lead up with the little flowers that she's been picking, she's been like making it into like a little flower crown, you know, just like stabbing like the little stem of it and like weaving them through, and then she's just gonna reach up and just plonk it on Now's head.
He will graciously accept it and give her a very deep bow. I am truly honored, my lady, to accept such a gracious gift. And he will just readjust it so it's
most welcome,
not crooked.
my fair knight.
He is just going to give her another hug. And pray he doesn't fuck up her hair. But yeah, he'll finish gathering a couple of, if there are like black roses here, because that's what he's going to use for Twig's hair, and kind of lead her back to, I guess, our flower train that we're going to start, our hair train.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, easy enough. All of you get back with your desired flowers for this wondrous event that's going to be happening here, and with that, you can go ahead and get started.
Woo! Okay. So to clarify, it is now doing Twig's hair because he's cutting it. Twig doing Blossoms, Blossoms doing Lila, and then Lila doing Yuri's, and Yuri's doing Nels.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
This is one of those times where I wish we were playing in person so we could all just sit a little line.
Right.
Oh, me too.
That'd be so sweet.
I would not cut your hair, Gemma, but
I would cry if you cut my hair.
Felicity,
Yeah.
I hate to break.
Hair, Kayla. I don't know how to do hair.
I would hate to break the illusion of the
Wow.
game, but I'm not capable of what Blossom is, so that wouldn't work. I'm
The
sorry.
only person who would like get something
alright.
good out of this is probably like me, because I feel like Felicity can do hair.
I wouldn't be able to do the picture that I sent you, but I could do something real cute.
I could
I used to do hair for show
I
choir,
guess
so.
Joe, I don't know what I'd do there.
It would braid my beard like it's Blossom's mane of hair. Yeah, that'd be exactly the same.
Dalfian will just kind of like take out his dagger. Actually, he's not gonna use that one. He's gonna use a different one. He keeps like a knife in his boot.
That might be
I could
better.
use like a fucking electrical charge dagger on her head. Yeah. Oh, what? That's fucking dope. Sorry, I just saw the hair for Nalf. A plus. Nalf will just kind of like bow to Twig and be like, "All right, my lady, with your blessing, may I begin to cut your hair?"
You may.
Takes a big deep breath. All right, and he's gonna cut her hair and give her the cutest little shag cut around, but he will keep his little 2 long bits.
Alrighty.
Would you like me to roll?
Ah, no, you're fine.
No, it's okay. I don't have to. Okay, good.
Um,
Nalf is proficient in hair.
Yeah, yep. Nalf is. He's proficient in martial weapons, so we're gonna count that as for hair cutting as well. It's you're lucky. It's not like since it's a shag cut anyway. It doesn't need to look perfect. It can be a little.
Oh yeah, I mean he's gonna make sure that there's layers in it though. He's taking his time. He's layering it up. Gonna make sure the 2 long bits are even. And he will also give her like a little matching flower crown of little roses.
No,
That's so cute.
adorable.
Yuri did
Instead of
get
like
some carnations, by the way. That's what she put.
Oh. Instead of the like gold pieces and leaves that obviously aren't real flowers, it's gonna be lavender and verbena in Eurydice's hair, so it's gonna smell bomb. And probably while she's like weaving it, butterflies are probably like landing on Yuri's head. Like, not like a ton, but like a couple at a time or something like that.
Oh.
Amazing. I love it.
Oh, this is really fucking wholesome, guys.
Yes. What
I
a, what a
know.
wholesome,
I know.
what a wholesome
We're so
situation
good
we
at
got
this.
going on here.
As, like, Yuri finishes Now's hair, kind of like, I'm sure somebody packed, like, a mirror with us.
Mm-hmm.
If not, like a minor
Lila.
illusion. We'll show. Oh
Boom.
yeah, Lila's the mirror. There we go.
Oh, yeah, Lila. You can see he's taking a very long time to admire it, and he was trying to hide a smile, but, like, nah, it's pretty fucking dope. He just says, alright. You know, I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this, which is good. This is a very pleasant surprise.
Wait, what were you expecting?
Anyway, I do love it, though, so it looks great.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mhm.
Thank you. I
Mhm.
really like it.
You
Takes a
are
lot for
welcome.
me to like when someone else does my hair, so
I'm very glad you like it. It looks
he
good.
will give you a smile.
No.
He'll even hand her like one of his extra flowers that he has.
Oh, so romantic.
Oh.
Nah.
Does Lila say that out loud? I feel like
She whispers it in Yuri's ear, like right after. Like as Nelf turns around, she's gonna be like, "Oh, that's so cute."
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Twig, your hair looks really nice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So does yours.
Oh, thanks. It does look very good. Like, I don't know how you managed to do that.
I'm used to do my sister and I used to do each other's hair for our formal events all the time, so had lots of practice.
Looks amazing.
Thank
That's
you.
nice.
And Blossom, this looks so cute.
well-
it matches.
Oh, thank you. I tried to do something with the flowers that would be fairly neutral, so that way whenever you're swapping up colors, you know, you're not running into too many issues. Last thing I want is for somebody to make a comment that is not truthful at all, because, darling, I must say that you are always looking stunning, all right? Okay.
Cute. And she's gonna give Blossom a hug.
Oh, you're too nice.
So are you.
Oh, thank you. Also, Twig, can't look at it. What'd you do to my hair, right? Because Twig was doing Blossom. Nobody's handed me a mirror yet. I don't know what it looks like.
Oh, yes. And now if it was still looking at himself, here you go.
A little shaky, but I imagine Twig picked up like a couple things from when like Now's been doing her hair. So.
Yeah. Well, this is really nice, Twig. Thank you very much. I can genuinely say you are definitely better than Theodore at doing my hair. It's very nice. Thank you, Twig. I really appreciate it. And Blossom's gonna give Twig a hug. Whoa.
What do you think of her new look? Kind of pointing to Twig's hair.
Honestly, and I'm gonna be really honest with you, Twig, I absolutely love it. It fits you so well.
Like a little look of panic when she like is starting that sentence. But at the end of it, she's just gonna like just jump in and hug her again.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Now,
And you want to know the best part? And Malfian's gonna like do that thing where you like shag it. He's just gonna like ruffle her hair. Now you can do
That's
that.
cute.
It doesn't look half bad.
it actually looks really good.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Now, I propose that we have lunch and then maybe head out shopping, see if they have any cool Kingdoms and Castles cards or anything else that we'd be interested in. Fun stuff, you know. And then if we want to pick up adventure stuff, we can and then head on our way. But that would be a good end to our girls' morning, right?
I agree.
I'm just here to drive.
And then we can drive throughout the town and show everyone our beautiful hair, kind of like we're like really going out. So
I mean, do we have
I'm
to
glad
do that
you know what you're
last
doing.
Part?
Which part?
Just going through the town like that? I mean...
No, we don't have to.
Right.
How about we do our shopping and we'll see how we feel afterwards.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
All right. Then we shall have lunch.
Okay. You chow down.
Commence.
Commence.
That's the. Woo. Oh wow! Thank you for the
Oh,
thank you for the raid. Yeah, the Nat 30s. Wonderful, wonderful. Great to have
We're
you here.
having girls'
We're-
morning.
Yeah, we're having a. The players right now are having a girls' morning out. They just finished a hair braiding session. They're eating lunch currently, and now they're gonna go do some shopping.
But one drow echo knight.
Yeah, one male drow who's their chauffeur. He's got a cute little bow tie on. It's wonderful. It really is. Alrighty, well.
As they're kind of like eating, Nalfina will just kind of give Twig a good, like, a smile and a nod of approval. Like, the haircut was a good idea.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right.
And then after, just kind of clean up, load up Marshall in the buggy, and head back to town to shop.
Yeah, sounds good. So with that, you head back into the more immediate area of Riverbend, moving around throughout the area, stopping place to place, seeing if they have anything of interest or anything cool.
Do they have Kingdoms and Castles card?
Specifically Kingdoms and Castles cards. As you pull up into several of the general shops, it seems as though, in preparation for the tourney that is happening in a month or two, most of them have been sold out of whatever small supply they have. However, all of the shop owners, as you're talking to one man in particular, a little more skinny and lithe, he has very two small pair of spectacles sort of clipped to his nose, constantly folding his hands one over the other, says, I might not have any here, but I can assure you that not only in Wheat Hill, but also in Hearthcrest itself, those are two places where you can typically find really any card you may need, aside from some very rare limited print cards, of course. So Wheat Hill, there's a much larger shop there due to its close proximity to Hearthcrest, but then also at Hearthcrest itself, it has honestly the largest card-selling store, I believe, in the world, if I'm remembering correctly.
You are.
Amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. You're too kind. Believe me, most of the time when I tell people that we have no more cards available, they get very angry and yell at me, and it's not my fault. I just sell the cards. I don't give them away to whoever comes in. But thank you for being so understanding.
Okay, we won't be mad at you. Here, have a flower. And she's gonna take one of the carnations that she picked. So she picked a lot of flowers and just have one.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Oh.
Okay. Right, well, is there anything else we want to try and get?
We could maybe get some baked goods and then head on our way. Maybe something special.
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, there is a bakery in town where you could, for the low price of, we'll say 2 silver pieces, you could get a baker's dozen of cinnamon rolls.
Nice.
Well, yeah.
I mean, if they're planning to head out after this, Twig would want to get some more bolts, but
Yeah, fun shopping and then real shopping right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, I'll pay for your bolts as well, because...
Oh, that's very nice of you.
I'm hella fucking broke.
It's so funny.
7 GP, baby!
Oh, girl. Killing it.
2,000.
Oh, that's right, because you never got rid of the...
Wouldn't be me.
All right, so depending on how many she wants, but it's 1 gold for a bundle of 20.
I mean, even she could pay for that. So I guess probably just get 2. Get stocked up.
2? All right. 40 bolts. Clickety-clack. Down the track.
And then Health potions. Could we get some of those?
Yes.
Might be a good idea.
Please.
I still
Please.
have 4, by the way, so I...
What?
Oh yeah, you're cutting out there a little bit, River.
How much are health
Oh, I
potions?
have 4.
I have some.
Wait, you say
Oh,
you have
you have
4?
I feel like I should
need
have some on
though.
me, but I don't have any listed, so I don't know.
Y'all, this is good information to have. As the healer, I'd like to know who's got health.
Wait, okay, yeah,
I have
can share
none.
some out,
Joel,
because I have too many. And then we can buy some.
Okay. How much are they, Joe?
So in town, especially a small place like this, in that same general store where you gave the man with the flower, he says, typically most healing potions cost you around 50 gold per potion. I do have 2 greater healing potions, which are typically I sell for 250, but I'll sell you both of them for 400.
Actually, really good. By the way, do you know how much the greater healing potions heal?
4d4 plus 4. Healing, just a basic one, is 2d4 plus 2.
Ooh. Okay, Yuri will definitely... She'll buy them.
Okay, all right. So were you just gonna buy the 2 greater?
Do we want to buy more, guys?
Because he has 4
Well, you
common
said you
healing
had
potions.
4 regular.
Yeah.
I have 4
I mean,
regular.
to be fair, because like Lila has healing, Blossom has
Mhm.
healing, I have healing,
Mhm.
Yeah.
so I think we should be
Yeah,
okay.
So just buy
Yeah,
those
we
2.
have 6 total, 4 regular already, and then just buying the 2 greater. I think we're in a good spot.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's 400? Was that amount?
Yes.
Yep, 400 for 2 greater healing potions.
Yuri will very happily take them and hand him the money. Thank you so much. It's been really helpful.
Oh,
Have a
no,
nice day.
thank you for being so kind. It means the world. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Who wants the greater healing potions?
I think you and Nalfian should have the 2 greater, and then we can distribute evenly amongst everyone else the 4.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because
so-
you 2 are the ones that don't have healing of your own.
Yeah.
I mean, I know
Okay.
Nalfian has second wind, but still.
But
Yeah, but also in the case of healing others, though.
Yeah.
appreciate it.
So, greater healing potion to Nalfian. And then who doesn't have any health potions on?
I probably don't have
Lila-
any, so I'll probably take one at least.
Elila doesn't have any, but she has the most healing spells, so she can be the one without one of the 4.
You know what, I'm gonna give you anyway. Just in case
Okay.
you run out of spell slots. So, 1 Lila. And I'll give Twig, do you want 2 or 1?
Probably should just take one.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm
Good
normally like out of range of like damage and shit, because I'm not frontline, so should be gooch.
Wow.
Says the person
Okay.
who went down last.
Twice.
That's the
Went
person
down
who went
twice.
down. Actually, wait, no,
That's
she
okay,
went
that
down
was-
like literally the first session. So, but you know,
Yeah.
2 times. She's fine.
Special
Nobody
circumstances.
doesn't have
She's
any
fine.
damage. She's a Gucci.
Now,
Oh.
do you want a regular or are you good?
You hold on to it.
Okay. Nice.
So just as a reminder with the healing potions, you can either drink it as an action to recover the full amount and not roll, or as a bonus action and roll the dice.
Roll it, yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Well, if we're all stocked up, then I guess we're rolling out of town.
Looking fly and heading out.
Now, if it's gonna like turn to everyone. All right. So now that girls' morning is over, may I take the bow tie off?
I think you should just keep it on.
Looks
You know,
so
just
good in it.
normally.
It is a good look.
It really suits you, said Ovencockle.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten about
I-
that.
Is
If
my
you
lady.
keep it on for the day, we'll be very, very appreciative, and you'll get a lot of knightly points out of it.
He looks at Eurydice.
Please.
I concur.
All right. For the rest of the day,
Thank you.
that's it. I
Okay.
want you to remember that there was another point in my life where I would have said something very different.
But you're
But
saying yes, no. And that is amazing. And we thank you very much for it. And you look great.
That's not what I was getting at, but thank you. All right, let's go.
Okay. All right. So with that, all of you, Ignalfian, you return the cart that you borrowed. And the farmer, you return it to him. He says, "I'm glad it was good for you." And he'll take the cart back.
Oh. Worked out great, bud.
Yep. Oh, you know my name. That's nice. Okay. All right.
Back our horses. And
Yep.
then
Okay. And with that, all
out
of
of
you
town.
will head out of town. Yeah. Okay. So you head back in to the Riverlands, this beautiful, spanning land of constant interchanging bodies of water, rivers and streams and ponds and lakes, just all constantly crossing one another every 20 to 30 minutes, having to cross a new bridge or something else. Now, because of the distance that you're traveling, in order to have made it to the next tavern by nightfall, like by sunset, you would have needed to left right in the morning. So it's up to you. You can either camp to the side of the road, or end up getting to the tavern around 2, 3 a.m. and just sleep in a little late the next morning. So that's your
Yuri's
call.
gonna say
Stars.
we should not stop because she doesn't feel
Oh.
safe stopping. We can ride under the stars, but we got attacked by some very, very not nice things. And I think
That's
having
fair.
walls around us is better.
That's fair.
I don't want to be out here, and as much as I don't want to be in Wheat Hill, I really think we should just keep going.
I mean, to be fair, if we do camp, I mean, I can probably get us some protection just from being just, well, out in just the middle of things. Wait, no, never mind, that's, ignore that. I was thinking of a completely different spell, duration, and no. Anyways, I said
All
nothing.
right. Well, then we keep moving on, riding under the stars.
All right.
Yes, I think that's
Amazing. Cool. Sick nasty. So with that, all of you continue on your journey. Now, eventually getting there at nightfall. At this point, all of the stars come out. You ride for maybe 2 or 3 hours in the evening to nightfall. Just taking in the stars and the sights, seeing everything that the Riverlands has to offer. It is so clear at night. The big, wide-open valleys of the Riverlands creates this just beautiful tapestry of light and astral bodies that you can see. It's very, very, very easy to see why Lila, for those of you that maybe don't look up at the sky as often, but why Lila would pursue an entire course of academic study related to this, especially growing up in this place. It's beautiful. So, you travel and you continue your travel until you get to your next stop, which is the Great Wheel Inn, which you can see on the top of a hill where it seems as though there's a small stream that cuts through it and makes its way down said hill. You can see there is one large water mill that is currently being spun. And you can see a small wooden path that leads up to a set of double doors. You can hear the sound of jovial laughter and life coming from inside it as you approach the Great Wheel Inn. So,
Is this familiar to Eurydice?
it would be right.
yeah, honestly, the closest way to leave Wheat Hill would be through West Hollow. So yeah, you probably would have stopped at all of these places on your way out, unless you would have just camped in the woods, you know.
I think she would have seen
As
it.
we kind of like
Having
get
lived here for a long time as well.
closer, Nelf would just kind of ride just next to Eurydice, just as a comfort thing. Just kind of occasionally give her some reassuring smiles as we get closer. So
She looks uncomfy, but she's fighting it the best she can.
Mm-hmm.
When we get to the doors, she's gonna kind of look at it, and then she's gonna look, because we're in Wheat Hill now, aren't we?
No. Wheat Hill is a small.
Outskirts.
No, you're still 2 days ride from Wheat Hill.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
well,
you're
she's
really
gonna kinda,
really
like,
close, but.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like in that direction, and then, and it's gonna take a deep breath, knowing that we're getting closer.
Okay.
Nelf will just kind of like take her by the hand, and he will like walk in holding her hand, just to kind of again give her that comforting energy.
And she'll squeeze his hand. That's it.
Okay. Alrighty. So as all of you enter, and you can see that the tavern that you enter, the inn, is a lot more low-key. It is a lot more relaxed than a lot of the other ones that you've come into. There are still the same amount of people. It just seems as though the wear of going from place to place to place to place really starts to show in this particular tavern. Most people are just here to rest and eat and then leave. And your tavern owner seems to reflect that. Making your way up to the counter, you can see a type of person that you've actually never seen before. What looks to be where some of you have interacted with tabaxi. They are familiar to a tabaxi, but definitely different. More broad, wider. They have large manes of hair. You can see what some of you would be able to recognize as a Leonin, pretty much like a lion person as opposed to like a cat person, like a tabaxi. A Leonin man wearing a leather apron and strung up, folded up sleeves on a white tunic, sort of leaning over the counter. Speaking with one of the other patrons at the bar, sees all of you come in and sort of leans back and says,
Why, hello. Welcome. All of you interested in room and board for the night? And some food?
Yes.
Yes, we would be.
All right. Very well. Let's see. How many of you? 5. All right. You're looking at 2 gold a night. And then anything you eat, charge you for before you leave. Sound fair?
Pay the man. Yeah, what works for us. Thank you.
Of course.
And now we'll pay for the room.
okay, take out 2 keys, set them down on the table.
There you go, for your 2 rooms.
Is there a lot of people in here?
Right, no, you guys arrived at about 2 a.m. anyway, so yeah, most people have gone up
shit.
to sleep.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
If you need anything else, I'll be here the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Nell can nod, and he'll also hand Lila the other key.
Thanks. I think we just need to crash. Oh.
Wait, you're gonna make me yawn now. Oh no.
Successful girls' morning, right?
Yeah.
I say so.
She's
Alright.
just struggling to keep her eyes open.
Oh.
Let's get you to bed. And Elf will like scoop her up and locate their rooms.
Okay. Alrighty, easy enough. You locate the rooms, unlock them, beds are there, and you can easily enough head to sleep.
Yuri will pull Nalf out of his room for a sec. So, like, after Twig's in bed, and I don't. Does it take very long for her to fall asleep?
Oh, I'm
Probably
sure.
not tonight.
I'm sure not. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm sure she's out. I'm sure she's out the moment Nelf picked her up.
Yeah, honestly.
Like he will tuck her in, still say his good nights, and he'll just kind of like step out of the room for a second just to talk to
Hey.
Yuri.
Girls' night went very well. Well, girls' morning.
First one, I would give it a solid 10 out of 10.
Great.
Would girls' night again?
I'm glad.
No, but it
You're a good shot.
it was a good time.
I wanted to say about that guard that we left alone. That was very knightly of you. I remember there was a time not that long ago where we wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have, and I know I didn't stop you. We wouldn't have left him, but you walked away. And you were... I don't know, I was just very, very impressed by it. It shows a lot.
Thank you. I surprised myself, but I meant it when I said I'm really trying to do this. And when Lila saw what she saw, I realized in that moment that who might have passed judgment on this guy when he probably didn't want to do what he did. And I think I need to start thinking really hard before I just take action against someone. So I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you noticed. I'm proud of you for telling everyone today.
Yeah, that was hard.
I know, but it needed to happen. And
Yeah.
it's not gonna all come out at once, but with everyone on the same page, and I know it's hard, especially telling Twig, but if we're gonna help you and make sure you come out of this on the other side, it was a good move for everyone to know.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was the right thing. And I'm really glad that Lila told me to trust that woman, because, well, it was just, I think, a good idea.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure at first, but I'm glad it seems to have turned out alright.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You see, Yuri kind of like looks up, like in that similar way of like as if someone's listening and worried about it. Yeah.
You see, Nalfian kind of does the same, actually, for a hot second.
Yuri gives him a bit of a confused look. Why you?
Anyway, I think it is time for bed.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, your hair still looks good. By the way, I don't usually. not very good. Well, I can braid hair.
I
Yeah.
really love it. I'll probably do it this way for a while. You did a good job.
Thanks. It looks good. This whole nightly thing looks good on you. Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night, Eurydice.
Good night.
And he'll give her a big old hug.
Yeah, she'll hug him. Go to her room.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, you head to sleep. All of you having a very positive morning, especially a very positive day, one of rest and relaxation. A true day to let go of the pressures around you and to just enjoy what probably are going to be your last few peaceful moments before you dive back into the lion's den, so to speak. But Eurydice, it seems as though that lion's den has come to you. As you close your eyes in your meditative stance, as soon as you open them again, you are no longer at home in this tavern. You can hear the sound of crackling fire, angry and aggressive. Steam rising from vents, and you can feel that anger of warmth all around you. You see, the previous night, when you felt warmth, it was the warmth of a fireplace, the comfort of a well-insulated home. Even with the magic that you have embedded into your body, to be entirely resistant to this fire, you're uncomfortable, as you know exactly where you are.
The moment she realizes and wakes up, she's gonna go, I thought I had until my parents' house. I thought that's what we agreed. I thought I had time for you to not bother me.
You're right. And I am very sorry for having bothered you. But you have to know that I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe it was necessary. I'll cut to the chase, because I know you wish not to speak to me. Not but 45 minutes from where you are right now. In a small, abandoned keep. I know that there are a collection of dark friends there that in the morning plan to attack the tavern you're currently staying in.
Insight check.
Yeah, make an insight check.
I know I need like a fucking natural 20, but 21?
21, okay. He's being genuine. He's being very serious, too. Also, thank you for the resub, Daladon. Oh, that was a gifted sub. Oh, that was very nice of you. Yeah, he just sort of furrows his brow and says,
Here is the thing. Some of these individuals, they're a very small group, but they have the ability to mimic and copy. They can change form and shape. can work their way into your mind. And those who are more weak-willed won't have what it takes to defeat them. There aren't many of them. It won't take you long. I know you don't want my advice, but I can tell you that 2 of the people you travel with are not strong enough. Their wills will be broken. You can leave the inn and come back before they ever notice that you were gone. Take Nalfian and Blossom. They can handle it. Lila and Twig cannot. I mean, you know how Lila reacted to those bandits. Do you think that if it really came down to it, she could have taken one of their lives? You made the right call with those bandits. They were agents of chaos. Chaos has no place in this world.
They weren't. They were just people.
They were thieves.
What I did was wrong.
Robbers.
They were thieves. They didn't deserve to burn in a big fiery inferno.
What would have happened? Say, if they would have been left in that abandoned keep for a week, a month more, and eventually one farmer, who just recently bought himself a dagger, decided to say no. No, you can't take my money. No, I'm going to fight back. Then, harmless robbers become murderers, spurring chaos. And then what do we have? A wife, children, without someone to provide for them? A family without a father? That's what we have, if they were alive.
I'm sure the temple with the person inside it burned. I'm sure he didn't have family, or the multiple houses and the people that died. I'm sure that didn't matter. Don't play this trick. Don't play this game. That was the call. Because we have law for a reason. We have jails. We have repercussions, not murder. Right? It was wrong. And I don't like this game that you're trying to play with, trying to split me up from my friends because they're not strong enough.
Very well. Take them with you. And see them crumple before your eyes. And know that I warned you. And when their final breaths leave them, and they're dead, remember that I warned you of this. And that priest...
You warned me Nalfian wasn't strong enough. And look what he did. You're wrong. Admit it, you can be wrong.
Is he strong enough, though? Do you really believe that?
Of course I believe that.
Oh, it sounds like it. Sometimes I forget that you're still just a scared little girl. And that you need someone to hold you and tell you everything's going to be okay. All that power. And you're still so scared of everything around you. They're a half an hour southwest of you. Take the other 2 with you if you want, but who knows, maybe you should just go do it by yourself. Prove me wrong. Prove to me that you're not scared of anything. But we both know that you need them, or else you would crumple under the pressure. And with that, you can feel this crack, this break, this snap.
as you awake with this feeling of ash and sawdust in your throat, this these dry hacks and coughs as you awake not but a few moments later in the Great Wheel Inn.
Oh. She's like coughing. Lila's in the same room as her.
We'll say at this point,
How hard are you coughing? Would that break my trance?
not hard enough to break the trance, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
She like angry, kind of like shaking. She looks at Lila. And she gets up and walks outside the room without waking her up.
Okay, all right. Easy enough. You're light enough on your feet. You can do that.
And she like puts her back against the door. She closes it. And she kind of just says out loud, "Oh, I'm scared. But it's hard to be brave if you're never scared. So at least I have that. And I'm not stupid enough to think that having people I can rely on is a weakness. That's you. You don't have any friends. You don't have anyone to rely on. You don't have anyone who gives a shit. If you're struggling, that's it. You're struggling. And that's why I'm stronger than you are." Fuck. She's gonna open the door to Nalfion. Just gonna kneel down and very like lightly kind of tap Nalfion.
Okay. Nalfion, you wake up.
Oh yeah, he's awake immediately. He's grabbing for his sword.
It's just me.
But
Just
he'll
me.
like stop. What are you doing?
Right, we have a problem. Right, come out here.
He's gonna like blink and look around and make sure Twig's sleeping.
Like grab him by like the forearm and like drag him out already. Come on. Right. So, guess who called? And there are dark friends about half an hour from here. But he told me that we can't bring Twig and Lila. Because apparently they wouldn't have strong enough to fight against whatever these new things can do. Apparently they might change the things he said they'd crumple, they wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't know if I believe him.
Do you believe him?
No, he seemed genuine when he was talking about the fact that there are dark friends and that they're going to attack the tavern tomorrow as well. And if they come disguised, because apparently they disguise themselves, we won't know. We need to go now. But I don't know if we should bring Twig and Lila. I don't want to believe him because this seems like to try and split us up. But I don't want them to get hurt because I didn't listen.
She kind of like runs a hand through his hair. There's a couple of ways we could go about this. One, it could be a trap either way, right? Let's say I, Blossom, head out there. We're leaving Lila and Twig here on their own. Not that they're capable of not handling themselves, but they are alone, right? Who's to say that there's not already dark friends here? Who's to say he's not getting us out of the way for something else to happen? Or he's setting us up just the same. Whatever we walk into, we're not going to be able to handle it without them. Or
Yeah.
he's right, And whatever's out there could seriously hurt them. I don't know if I have an answer, but I think either way, everyone needs to be aware of what's happening.
Yeah, most of the scenarios, we split up, they just end badly. We get attacked, we get ambushed, we get split up. He's tried to do stuff like this before. He's told me that you weren't strong enough to defeat your Echo. And he said before that they tried to split me away from you guys, or said that I need to let you take the fall, or I need to do whatever I was doing at Wheat Hill on my own. And I think all of it is just him trying to split me up from all of you. And maybe that means he's scared. Maybe that's a good thing. But I think we need to wake everyone up.
I agree. Let's grab Lila. Let's just meet in my room and we'll work this out. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I meant it, Eurydice. I'm proud of you. This is just another one of his tests, and he's just playing a game. And you're going to outsmart him this time. Go get Lila. Let's figure this out.
Yeah. Dawn goes and kind of shakes Lila. Hey, we're not allowed to have a restful night's sleep, apparently.
Oh my gosh. What happened?
Devil paid. There are dark friends nearby that we need to take care of. But we need to talk some other more complicated stuff, so just you come into Nalthion's room, wake up Twig and Blossom.
Sure. All right. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and now we'll wake up Blossom and Twig.
Okay.
Everyone's in there. You're in a stand. Hands on her hips, just very again. I hate this. And say, as Medeus said, there are dark friends nearby, about half an hour, and they're going to attack the inn in the morning. But that they can also shapeshift and make themselves look like anyone, which is not very helpful. So, the best thing to do would be to go and deal with them tonight. But he also told me that these dark friends can worm their way into people's heads and mess with them. At least that two of us aren't strong enough to deal with this. He said that I should leave Lila and Twig. Yeah, but I'm not sure that I believe him on this. I don't think that's right.
Why do we trust him in any of this? I mean, is this not the second time he's tried to tell you about dark friends? I mean, why would he care?
He doesn't seem to like the Dark One that much. I'm not sure. If the Dark One wins, he technically loses everything. And, I mean, so far, with all the weird things we've been hearing about Wheat Hill, he's probably right about the Dark Friends there and everything along the way. He is not a very nice person, but he still gives me some useful things sometimes. But he's tried to split me up from my friends before, which is why I'm not so sure this, because I don't doubt either of you. If anything, I think you're the wisest people, at the very least, here. So I don't see why you shouldn't be able to handle something.
I agree.
Thank you, but
can we
also
be sure that it's not another situation like with the bandits? I mean, especially if he's saying that they're going to be in disguise. I mean, what if they're just normal people? Or what if this is, just him trying to, I guess, cause harm?
He seemed honest. Then again, it's hard to tell. Just from everything I could see, he seemed on it. I guess we just need to be more careful going into it.
We're all pretty clever. We can go and assess the situation. I think we can tell the difference between dark friends and regular people.
If we give it time. This time. Probably.
Right. I'm not comfortable letting the three of you go without mine and Twig's assistance. No, have I dealt with any of this before? No, but we're in this together, and I know I can be of help to you guys. And definitely Twig. And hell, Twig's seen some shit. She's been with you guys this whole time. How could she not be able to handle this stuff?
Yeah, and thought it wasn't probably fair to leave you two either. I mean, we're all capable, but still leaving two of us alone, or it could be a trap, is very good.
I think we should also give the man downstairs a little heads up that there have been rumors of people wanting to attack this place. Again, in case the whole idea is to get us out of the way, we at least have our bases covered.
Yeah. Okay. You on?
What is your opinions, Blossom?
Well, I'm honestly flattered that he thinks so highly of me, but no, yeah, I think that we should definitely all go if we're going to go, or all stay if we're not going to go.
That's a better question. Should we even go? We
mean,
could just defend this place if they're going to attack it, right?
But if they're shapeshifting, how do we know who's who? At least we have like a location. We kind of, they might not have disguised themselves yet. If we wait for them to come here, then, I mean, do we have a way to even know which one?
All right. I think the only way we're going to know for sure is if we check out the situation. We don't need to go charging in. We take our time. We approach slowly, cautiously, and go from there.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
I'm sorry to ruin peaceful night.
You were to see. You don't need to apologize.
Then I'll apologize on behalf of the Dark One and my...
Do not apologize on behalf of any of those people. Fuck them.
Okay, I take it back. Let's go.
Alright, now we'll just kind of like grab his shit and ready up.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So with that, all of you are then deciding on going out to meet him in the field. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
A cautious approach.
Guess.
Cool.
A cautious approach. If we could not be seen coming, that'd be great.
Right.
Of course. So with that, all of you mount up and ride out. A half an hour passes, and you can see the ruins of a fortress in the distance and a small campfire that is reflecting off of the stone walls in the distance. And as you see that camp, you see that ruined keep. On that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Yeah.
7 hour session.
Longer.
Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. All right. Thanks for playing, everybody. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Once again, thank you to, Daladon for the gifted sub, the Nat 30 for the raid, and Badger for the sub with Prime. Very nice of all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hanging out with us. We hope you enjoyed. Make sure to tune in next Tuesday for the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. And then I think that is it for until next Tuesday.
Because
Yeah.
Until after the holidays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after the holidays. So we'll still have Salamander Coast this Tuesday, the 21st, and Tuesday, the 28th, as long as nothing goes horribly horrible. As of right now, we're still planning to have Explorers of Afera on the 31st of December, provided nobody's
New Year's.
doing anything on there. And then also, provided everybody here is still free, on New Year's Day, first session of the new year we'll have with the next session of Isles of Iverion. What a way to start off the new year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to tune in on Tuesday for Salamander Coast. Oh shit, actually, be sure to tune in tomorrow at fucking 10 a.m. Central Standard Time for the one-on-one shot between myself and Zamir fucking Casario. Cyrus. Yeah, as
Damn.
we're going to be getting some Cyrus action for the first time in a while. So tune in tomorrow for that. Tuesday for Salamander Coast, or next Tuesday for Salamander Coast, or next Friday or Saturday for Isles or the Pharaoh. We got lots of stuff going on. We're back, all right? Aside from Christmas, we're back in full swing. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.